Ready? All right. The call to the committee meeting now called to order. Vice Clerk, please call the roll. Here. 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 Okay. The next item on the agenda is a request for administrative guidance on official driving electric and water allocation application.
If you allow me to slip through things in here, I have, first of all, forms you can sign as mayor for reimbursement for TV programs. And then also I have the agreement for next year's TV funding that will be executed by the village within 30 days. And resolution has to be passed, one or two of those, so we need a second seal here, so we need a seal for the last year. So, on to the initial items. You'll forgive me, but I'm just going to read through this just to refresh your memory and then to allow the audience to be able to follow along. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Let's do this. All right. So, as requested in the last board meeting, I thank you very much for. I'll take the hit on that. I appreciate you having me here. I need some guidance from the village in order to proceed with this application. I'm kind of stuck until I get that. So, item one that I need guidance on is that Sauk Village sells water to two subdivisions, Candlelight Village and Weatherstone Lakes. These subdivisions conduct operations of their water systems independently of Sauk Village. That is, they have their own permits and operators and maintain their systems on their own. Because of the situation, the IDNR views them as separate entities that would have to apply separately for Lake Michigan water allocations. Just as Sauk Village has to apply for a separate allocation because the village is seeking to purchase water from Chicago Heights, Candlelight and Weatherstone would also have to apply for allocation separately because they purchase water from Sauk Village. Once Sauk Village switches over to Lake Michigan water, Candlelight and Weatherstone would not be allowed to receive Lake Michigan water until they acquire their own allocations. In the interim, these subdivisions would have to supply their own water. This might be possible for Candlelight since they have an inactive well that they could possibly draw from, but Weatherstone has no record of an alternate water supply. So I'm wondering how the village would like to handle this.
Now, they have to show financial.
Would have to show what?
Financial. Because they're standing alone.
They would have to do exactly what we're doing, which, yeah, to an extent we certainly are. We have to show how much it would cost to get Lake Michigan water. They would have to prove that it's cheaper to get Lake Michigan water than it would be to get well water, all that. And it's a complicated process.
But I don't know if they have any head. In other words, that land is being, they rent that. So I don't know, I guess you have to go to Zealand. I don't know if I think they would have to do that. He would have to enter into an agreement. I think maybe what we should do is reach out to both of them and maybe bring them in to discuss
possibility, or what possibly going to happen once we reach where we're going to get the water, and what it will possibly happen to them. I think we should reach out to them early as quick as we can, so they will be able to find some other option or come up with some other option.
I mean, try to do that content, then you know, the other story, and we're like, and we'll come down, let them know what their requirements are. You got to sort of talk to that too, because once we get it, you know, we can't start to do it again.
Can you maybe get a letter out to both of those communities? Maybe reach out to the attorneys and see how we may be able to hold some type of meeting, bring them into the fold so they can know exactly what's going on. If we can get it on the list.
Well, both these subdivisions within city limits, and I understand they're privately owned properties which have multiple houses or multiple dwellings. And I understand the fact that they keep track of their own and their own infrastructure. The question I would have is, once we have that machine water, do we have to cap off towards those subdivisions where they would not, they wouldn't receive water from South Dakota, even though they're South Dakota residents and it's in the city limits?
If they don't get their own allocations, yes.
Okay. And I guess with Weatherstone also, I mean, they're right up there against Linwood's. They're like probably hundreds of feet away from the end of Linwood where they're getting make machine water. So I think they'll just pass what the old East Linwood.
I'm trying to remember where that is, so it's not far off.
Right. So you're talking hundreds of feet, they could tap in. And I guess the other question is, if we decide to go through the Shadow Heights route, would they have the option to go through the Linwood route?
Are we in any sort of agreement with them right now? With those two units? Weatherstone or Candlelight?
To purchase water from the village,
Yeah.
and they're directly connected to us on some of that.
I would just be concerned that there's some time situation. We promised ourselves with water in the next 20 years. I have no idea. But certainly if they get their own allocation, there's no way they want.
Well, council please here, if those two subdivisions are directly connected to us, as Mr. Gordon, I think he said, why are they independent of their own operation of water? If they receiving their water from us now, how are they independent of operating their own water system? If they're receiving their water from us already without a charge? Besides, I mean, not subject to, we get better water than everyone else. But yeah, you saying that they are connected to us, but they are separated? I don't understand.
They receive water from Sauk Village wholesale. So they have a master meter, the entryway to the subdivision. So all the water goes through that meter, and they are billed as an entity for that water usage. And they have their own permits with the IEPA as separate water supplies.
And Sauk Village is not responsible for their infrastructure, their streets, their roads, they take care of everything themselves.
Yes, and that is a very important fact, because one of the requirements of getting away with drinking water is to have an ordinance, a water conservation ordinance in place. And so Sauk Village cannot enforce that within Weatherstone or Candlelight because they are separate entities.
Now, Sauk Village will get Lake Michigan water to Sauk Village and to the residents. If Weatherstone and Candlelight Village had to go through their own permitting, would it be their responsibility to get water from point A to point B to their locations? Or would Sauk Village still be responsible for getting the water? putting that infrastructure into their locations.
Yeah, I mean, the way I would see it going is that they would apply for an allocation. They would prove very easily the cheapest way to do it would be to keep doing exactly what they're doing right now, because really their cost is zero. And all it is a change in the water pipe. So, does that answer your question?
But
Yeah.
if they're already connected to us, you saying that the water that they receive from us is metered. Well, let's just say if we somehow maybe get an issue with water, why would they have to reach in? Why would they give their own allocation? Allocation if they're already connected to it and they're going to receive water from us already. We're going to have, let's just say if they do not create the allocation for water, we're going to be capping them off so they can get the water from us. How does that work?
That's what the IDNR is requiring. So,
We're just going to cut them off the water.
yeah,
Well, I think the main thing we have to look at and have to be concerned about is whether or not we have some type of long-term agreement with them. If we have some type of agreement, then that's another factor that's going to take place, because we're still going to have to honor that agreement somehow.
I agree with that. And that would hold up the village's ability to get an allocation.
That leads me to think that there's no way that they could be separated from Sauk. They are in our boundaries. They've always been in our boundaries. That didn't come up until the allegation process took place at the hearing when that statement was made. Now we're hearing that, oh, they are actually separated from us. We sell water to them, and it was already stated that we cannot sell water to them. So how are we selling water to them now?
Because we're on well water.
I think it was a problem.
I just have a question regarding the residents who participated in the voting process. Because if I live in Canada and I voted for Lake Michigan Water, and now I'm coming back and I'm assuming they're going to have the representatives come into the committee meeting, and I would assume as a representative, I would then go back to my residents and say, this is where we are. I think the village needs to be prepared for that, because if I voted yes to Lake Michigan Water and, I did that knowing what I was going to pay and being completely okay with it, and now I'm being told there's a possibility I might not have it, that's something the village needs to think about how, as a whole, we're going to address that. Because, as you stated, they've got their own well. And Weatherstone would probably, I don't know what they're going to do, but they have the option of putting down with us or Linwood or whatever. But Candlelight got its own well. It could, theoretically, after testing and seeing what's going on, because that's the other issue too. Obviously, they're kind of close to where the original, I'm assuming their well's got to be semi-close to well 3, or where the original situation was in. So, that may be something in our favor. I don't know where the well is, but it's got to be. This is determining where Candlelight is. So, but if they were contaminant free and they had that option, they would still be getting, they could potentially still be getting well water and having voted for like Michigan water. And how are we going to determine, are they just going to take over billing? We're not going to receive any more money from them. That just is something that I think that we need to look into and be prepared for.
Betty Clifton Road is where Weatherstone and Candlelight Villages should have one owner. It may be an organization or whatever, but they own that property. What you have is multiple village residents renting spots within that one owner's property. And again, that one owner upkeeps and takes care of their own infrastructure. And the only way I can see is, and I guess we can have to throw options out, is if those locations would somehow give the infrastructure to Sauk Village, then it would be okay, is that correct? Because then we'd be responsible for the infrastructure, and it would still fall into the same
As long
application.
as they were brought into Sauk Village's permit, so that Sauk Village would operate their system.
But Sauk Village then would still be responsible for all the infrastructure. So right now, if they have a water main break, or they need something repaired, they're doing it themselves, they're doing it. For Sauk Village, then if they turn over their infrastructure over to Sauk Village, we would start being responsible for it.
That's it, Ryan.
Okay. You stated that the Candlelight, has its own well and it has an EPA permit, correct?
Well, Candlelight has an inactive well.
With an EPA permit for that
Yes.
well, okay.
Yes.
I do know there was some kind of agreement wrote up, and back in, Candlelight was really, 80s, early 90s, there was an agreement there, and when Sauk came in, we put a meter, the village put a meter in, we do a meter out now. I do know where they have, the end of their line is right at their property line, at the north edge of their property, is where the line ends, where, the water ties into Lansing and, all the way down Limber. That line's over there. But I can't see where, without, as the mayor stated earlier, which is a good idea, have the clerk send a letter out to them, address it to them, have a meeting with them, find out exactly what's going on, and meanwhile, try to look for this agreement. I know that there's been signing with the private parts, to affect our private, and I know there was some type of mention in that agreement that they would maintain all their entire system to move to supply water for them at a given rate. And then I would, if they have an EPA permit, I would definitely like to see if it's active. And maybe since we had to play along with EPA all the last few months, get them involved and find out what's going on. But now, according to our permit application, we must notify them and we must disconnect them. Am I correct there?
And just to clarify, Trustee Myers, I mean, I just pulled this off of the EPA website, and Candlelight's permit is active, Weatherstone is inactive. So I'm not sure why Candlelight's would even be active.
Right, because I thought once you switch from well to regular water, and your pumps that you have on your property have to be capped. Like when they tied in city water on the hill here in the village, we made those people cap their wells and tied in our village water. And is that correct, Kevin? Yeah. So you may be looking at a water rights and everything that might be still active, but yet there's no well there. So I think it's very something that we should agree with your suggestion to get them here and talk to them.
Mr. Zimmerman, if Weatherstone well is inactive, where are they receiving their water from?
They both receive water from Sauk Village as well.
And so, when it goes through the system, it first goes through a meter that leads into the subdivision. And then it goes through the meter once again to the homes in the subdivision. So are they being doubly charged for water? When it goes to the meter, who pays for that?
The master meter, the property owner pays to Sauk Village. The individual household units, I imagine they pay the owner, so it's basically a reimbursement to the owner.
So he gets meter, and he has to pay for that water that's metered, and they get meter also. So it's going to two meters, one owned by the owner of the subdivision, and the other is owned by the homeowner. So I know that he's not going to pay for that water on his own. So he's going to charge them for the water coming to his meter, and then he's going to charge them again for the water going to their meter. Am I right to say that? Charging.
One master meter.
He's got a master meter, Mr. Mayor. The water
That master meter, that what we pay that owner, that subdivision. I mean, what they pay us for the water. And then it's divided up by whatever meters on their property, on the individual property.
But the meter that, but the meter that, the master meter, that's gotta be also paid for too, am I right? So it's not being paid for the master meter. So when it goes to that master meter, it's not being paid for. They're being charged for that. Is that just to the top of what they're receiving?
What you have is, if you picture a square, okay, it's easy, you have a master meter in the corner, all the water that goes to that master meter is getting charged for. Then what happens is that it goes through that master meter, it gets split up in little fingers going to all the houses. Now, well, however the agreement is to use rubbish hole, that is up to the individuals that are renting that property and the owner's property, and that's the owner of the property.
So the owner of the property has to pay for the water that's being metered, that master meter, and then the people who own the home have to pay for the water that's going through their meter.
They're not paying so much.
But they paying on.
Right, and then on for the water they use.
For water they use. So right now, the owner of that property gets one bill for all the water that on that application.
Give it up.
And it's up to the owner and the individual that live on that property that's drinking the state. That's part of their agreement. So Sauk Village is something that
Mrs. Leonard, in summary, IDNR is basically telling us that in order for us to give them or to give water to any other entity, which would be Weatherstone or Candlelight, they have to apply themselves. And then once they do that, will we be considered a utility? Right.
Well, we already sell water.
Right, I mean, but I'm just saying, once we do that, will we be considered a utility? In other words, what we're doing now, we'll be selling Lake Michigan water to them.
Oh, I guess, but again, you do that now.
Right, I'm just saying, but in order for us to give them, or to allow them to draw from that, we have to get the okay from IDNR, correct?
Yes. I mean, more specifically, they have to get the okay.
I'm right, in other words, I'm talking about in order for us to turn our meters or to sell them Lake Michigan water, they have to get their own allocation
Yes.
from IDNR.
Yes.
Okay, and then when they do that, then it will be okay for us to sell them water. But they have to follow the guidelines, which I'm sure that they have to follow in order for them to get that allocation, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what we have to sit down and let them be aware of what they have to follow. And I'm just wondering, that was my original question about the finance. Do they have to show that they can afford it? Do they have to show that they have money? I'm just wondering if that's something that they have to show.
What the IDNR requires, I know this very well, because that's what we're going to do right now. is that we have to prove that it's more cost effective to receive Lake Michigan water than it is to supply well water that's treated to Lake Michigan quality. And it's a no-brainer.
Right.
It's the easiest calculation ever for them.
Right.
So,
But now, as far as their spillage, there will be, and their breakage, whatever, they will be responsible for that, even as if they are right now. We don't take over running their infrastructure, anything like that. If they have breaks within their limits, they take care of that, correct?
yes, I mean, obviously it's up to the village if you want to negotiate something else, but if you leave it how it is now, then
Right.
yes.
Okay, because that would be a different rate, because we have to spend manpower, hours, or whatever to take care of their water main breaks, then that would be a different cost.
Yeah, but again, that's,
Yeah.
it's up to you.
Okay.
Because of this is a very important part that the IEP is looking for to see which direction. I think we should probably have some type of committee to get all the answers. I don't know whether it be you and Steve or Bud, but I think we should have somebody that's going to be responsible for those things. Because I know the board is not going to have those type of answers. with the board looking for somebody to be in charge of that part of it. Well, that's what he's asking. He said he's looking for answers too. I mean, we asking him to take the lead on this, to go ahead and find the answer. Is that agreeable with the board? Okay.
So the next step of that, just to clarify, is that they will be asked to attend the first committee meeting in November. And then I will attend that meeting also, sharing the information with them.
Should the attorneys be present at that committee meeting also?
Talking about the one that.
First, Tuesday in November.
They still the terms?
Right now, they still looking for time.
I would suggest maybe before we have this meeting with everybody sitting out there and nobody really knows the answer to anything, maybe that engineers and yourself and the trustee and sit down with these people first to find out exactly what we got. And then we can coordinate a meeting out there to the general public. But right at the present time, you bring them in here, and nobody knows what's what, and they end up with a big screaming match and everything else, and we need to find out some information. So I think maybe you, the engineers, and law firm, or the trustee, maybe sit down and find out if that's possible.
It'd be more productive.
It'd be just informal meeting, right? I mean, you just providing information.
Yeah.
And asking them, letting them know this is what they have to do in order to get from point A to point B.
And that needs to happen with the owner of the property.
That's right. That's wrong.
I'm sorry, can I get clarification on how you want to handle that now? You don't want to put it on a committee meeting for November 1st?
I think they wanted to have a meeting with the
Who wants to have a meeting with them?
engineers and
Engineer firm want to have a meeting with the owners of the properties before it comes to committee.
you can also ask the attorney to be present at that meeting.
Do you see that happening before the first week of November, where we could bring them back to the first week of November? Maybe? No? No? Okay, so we'll scrap November, the first meeting in November, and we'll have the attorney contact you.
Okay. Item 2. About 1/3 of the water that Sauk Village pumps into the distribution system is not metered and therefore is not billed for. This is called non-revenue water. Non-revenue water is water that escapes the system through leaks, system maintenance, and other municipal activities. Non-revenue water can be valued to cost the village the volume of the water times the current water rate, which is now $5.50 per 1,000 gallons, or about $700,000 per year. If the water loss is not curtailed by the time Lake Michigan water is obtained, not only will Sauk Village not be able to bill the water users for this water, but even worse, we'll have to pay Chicago Heights for this water that entered the building system. So basically, you can't recuperate the cost of the water. To account for this financially, Sauk Village would have to raise the water rates to prevent the water department from operating under a loss. IDNR wants Sauk Village to account for this non-revenue water, which means increasing the rates by about 33%. So, I'm just wondering how you want me to respond to the IDNR when we have the final hearing in January on this.
Where we are with the loss of the water.
Not so much that, it's based on my calculations, you're losing, 25 to 33% of the water. So it's a different situation now because we pump the water out, it leaks into the ground, and a certain amount is built.
Three kids and me want to take a shower. 25 bucks. She flips, it's 35. Yeah. Flips. That's a month. Like Paradise Perk, right? Well, and they're all owned by the same company. Same one owned. Same one owned. Weatherstone. Ridley Estate. Ridley Estate is Wednesday. Well, what? Alpine News is going forward. Lake Michigan. The one that's in Paradise. As well. Ridley Estate as well. What about Paradise Estate? Paradise Estate's a sucker. One over by Roadway. Yeah. Don't say nothing about it. It's the same thing. A new state put homes there now. When I lived in Alpine, when I first got here, my first World War, we didn't pay water bill. Part of your rent. Back then, they was most of what still, yeah, my buddy did. That's how it was. Right, it's all free offer. That's what I love. It's like $600. This is just free water.
Right, why not? Sunday sweets. You can put
Is that a sign of
We're working here in the village, national.
Right. Here.
Got a question.
We can just explain it, I don't know what's happening.
Okay, thank you. All right, so pump of water, it goes into the ground, and then we have our water users pay that portion, which actually they use, that comes through their meters, which is not a good situation because they're losing money. But it's going to be doubly worse when the water is, everything that comes, every drop of water that comes from Chicago Heights, the village doesn't have to pay. And so, the village is going to have to directly pay that cost to Chicago Heights. And that's what the idea of DNR wants to account for. So, their suggestion is raise the water rates. I mean, just like village just recently did by raising the rates to 550 to break even. That's essentially what we have to do. Just an adjustment, just to break even for Chicago Heights plants of water. So my question to you is, when I'm doing my cost estimates and I'm giving my projections to the IBNR, let's say I end up at $10. Now, according to what the IBNR is asking me to do, I should increase that by 33%, and now we're at 1333. So I'm just looking for guidance. Is that what you want me to do?
You're saying that IDNR told you that you should do it. Whatever estimate you come up with, they told you to increase it by 30% for their right?
I wouldn't put it that strongly. They suggested that that's what we do because they want to make sure that the numbers check out. That whatever number we propose as a water rate would be in the ballpark of what we would actually charge. Because this is their interest in it. We, again, need to prove that it's more economical to get Lake Michigan water than it is to treat our own water to Lake Michigan water quality. So at the end of the day, I end up with one number for Lake Michigan water, one number for groundwater treatment. They don't want us misrepresenting our number, our water rate. So they're saying, they're looking at our loss and they're saying, you know what, you should really be increasing your Lake Michigan number by 33% to account for your non-revenue water. And if we do that, that could put us in a range where it would be cheaper to do the well water treatment.
Okay. Let me, well, I do understand. However, somewhere there, we were supposed to fix our infrastructure. And I guess without that being taken care of, which means we have to apply for a loan for that, which we all know how much that's going to cost. Basically what IDNR is saying, they're not going to wait, or they can't wait for the infrastructure to be repaired if we're going to get the allocation. That's something we have to do in excess of getting Lake Michigan water. In excess of doing what we have to do. So they want us to now pay for the overage or pay for the spillage ahead of time, which, in other words, be able to pay for it, and then gradually bring in Lake Michigan water. Now, if we do that, and correct me if I'm wrong, if we pay for the overage or the spillage of the water that's not metered, which will become metered once we get that, and we raise the rates to compensate for that, and then when we have to get the infrastructure fixed, and get a bond for that, it means we have to raise it again. So then to cover the bond. So now we're talking about $14, $15 per thousand to pay for both. Is that what you're basically saying?
My next question, yes.
Okay, so then at that point in time, IDNR will deem that it's more feasible for us to fix our current water, which would be the well water, to fix that system first, and then move on. It's basically what they're saying. They're saying that we cannot afford it at $13, $14, $15 per thousand gallons, which would possibly be what we have to do, because first of all, once we hook the meter up, we pay it from day one, even if we haven't got the loan for the infrastructure repair. Then once we get the loan for the infrastructure repair, that's going to be another add-on, and they see that. So you're asking, do you want us? Do we want you to go forth and say, okay, we'll build the village residents to cover the spillage, which is at 33%, and that continue to keep paying that, which we're paying for water going down the drain, and then at some time take care of infrastructure. Is that basically what you're saying?
Yes, and I would tie into that. There is another option.
Okay.
Which is, we could go with the strategy and say, we are going to repair our infrastructure.
Okay.
And we are going to get that done before we get Lake Michigan water.
Okay. And that makes sense. In other words, put it back a few years.
That is a possible
And
strategy.
then once we take care of our in-house problem, then apply again.
And then you would have that lower cost, which would then be cheaper than well water.
And then, right, it'd be cheaper than well. Then we probably will, I guess we will have to be able to get the additional water at that time because the cost will be a lot lower.
I thought that was the direction that we were heading from day one. I thought that was the loan that we were talking about qualified from the IEPA was supposed to be helping with to fix the infrastructure so that we can qualify with the water allocation.
And from what I've read from the project plan, that is true. And that's another route that we can try to take, Mr. Mayors, to say, we've applied for this loan, here are the improvements we're going to make, here's the 5-year capital improvement plan, and at that point, we project our water loss to go down to 8%, which is what is acceptable to the IDNR. And at that point, then we could go with that lower water rate. So we would have to come up with some sort of proposal where we would say, option A, we're not going to get Lake Michigan water until that 5-year capital improvement plan is completed. That's fine. Option B would be, we want the allocation now. And as soon as we could possibly turn on Lake Michigan water, we can, but we're going to have to raise our water rates to count with that.
Mr. Senator, we can't confuse. How do we measure the water loss? How is that actually measured? Because we got an underground piping system has leaks. Those leaks are just leaks through our system. How do we measure the water? How do we know which the actual amount that is being lost? And why would we charge our taxpayers? Why would we increase their water rates for water that they're not paying for the loss?
First of all, how we measure that is we have meters at the wells. So when the wells turn on, they pump water into the system, all that is measured. So we know how much is going on in the system. Then on the other end, we have meters that are at all residences, all businesses, and that is a measure of how much water comes through into those houses and into those businesses. We have that information. So you compare what was pumped to what was received, and you subtract the two,
That's an assumption.
You're kidding.
Because you really can't tell how much is actually wrong. Because you got, meters are so bad that we have been asked to repair those meters. Every home should get new meters. And we know that they're bad. So if our water meters are just that bad, and we don't know if they're right or wrong, then why are we assuming that that's what that is? That's an assumption of the water law. And we do have bad meters, we know right.
The meters could be a source of inaccuracy, you're right about that. I had talked about that with Kevin, and Kevin said that most of the meters are fairly new. Fairly new in the village. All of them, correct me if I'm wrong, all of them are under 15 years old, most of them are under 10.
And why are we estimating our water rates when there are meters? People are getting estimated water bills. And people are getting estimated water bills, they're being charged triple, almost 4 times as much as their regular water rates are. And that's an issue. I'm getting phone calls all over the place because of that problem. So if the meters are there and the water goes to a meter to the home, why don't we just charge them for what's on that meter? You said they are being charged for what's on that meter?
In July, the water bills were estimated because the water department was passing the water out for the gallons of water. They were unable to go out and check the meters. So water bills were estimated based off of their previous bill. So what the residents saw was based off their previous bill, which we know July was probably one of the hottest times of the year. We saw more water usage. And what ended up happening was probably most likely their July bill was lower than what it should have been because it was estimated. And when they received their next bill, it was for the amount of water they used plus for what they were not charged for based off the estimated bill. That's why, again, only one side of the village saw it. Only the south side was estimated. The north side had no actual billing. We talked about this during village board meetings. I brought it to the village board's attention about what was going to happen. And I even asked that we delay the ordinance by 1 month so residents could get actual billing when we started billing with the new rates. It's not nothing new. It's something we talked about, and it was brought up. So that's what happened. And it was brought to our attention before, as soon as residents started receiving their estimated bills, they started coming to those trustees and said, this bill is less than what it should be. I know what my water usage is based off a year ago. It's less. So, again, we talked about this during board meeting.
If they contacted me, their water bill has tripled. And we get people who water bill was $80, $1,500. So now, again, you charge me only what comes to my meter. You don't have a right to estimate people's bills because we gave off bottled water because it's hot outside. What comes to my meter is what you should charge our citizens for, nothing more, nothing less. Unless they got a very broken meter and we don't know what that meter is, and then we have to estimate it according based off their previous water bills. But if that's not the case, and everything is brand new, 5 years, 10 years, under 10 years old, then they should be good meters, which we know that according to what we hear were not good meters. You all saying they are, but we heard they were not good meters. But nevertheless, whatever comes to my meter is what you should bill me for, not an estimated bill. I don't care how hot it is outside. If I only use 50 gallons of water, then you charge me that. You don't estimate my bill.
This idea of the estimating of the water bill because the water situation was discussed. It was also discussed that many people had not been paying their water bills and that people were told not to pay their water bills. So this is before the water crisis. This was, I'm talking about we asked the village manager about it, it took a while to get any resolution from that. So now, once it all came to light, the water had been passed out, the village manager directed the public works department to pass out the water and not read the meters, and we know that because that's what she told us. Now we come back to the end. So you've got a situation where, in some cases, and I don't know how many people this is affecting, but you come to a situation where somebody may not have paid a bill for a while, so they're getting charged that. They were estimated at a lower rate, and then as we've all said before, you've got your hot months of July and August, where people tend to use more water, people are filling up pools, people are watering their grass more, whatever, so their bills are increasing. That's what the problem is. This came upon us, and it was rush, let's go to get the water, instead of coming up with a more efficient plan, in my opinion. So this is what happened as a result, because we had to hurry up and get this water out, and unfortunately, the residents' bills suffered for it.
Well, let me just say, we all know, I mean, no matter how we try to sugarcoat this thing, we know there's some problem with our water system. We know that there's no way, and I get these calls, I get calls all the time, I see citizens in the street, and I know that, and citizens come up to this village hall, that they're always paid on time. Don't have a back bill or a shut-off bill or anything, and their bill was affected by it. And for us to say that everybody's bill should be, that's what their bill should be, we know that's a problem with the system. We should make sure that we look at these bills, especially those bills that we know that outlandish. We know a $1,500 bill when your bill is $80. That's what's wrong with that. There's something got to be wrong with that. You know, and for us to tell our citizens, well, you got to pay for it, nothing we can do. We should be a little bit more passionate than that and say, tell them that there's nothing we can do. And what we as administration didn't do, even though we knew that there was going to be estimated bills and all of that, we didn't even get it up to the citizens. We didn't even allow to let them know. We didn't put it on their bill and say, hey, you know, this is going to be an estimated bill. We didn't put a flyer, we didn't do anything. But now to have them come up with this type of bill and let's tell them that you got paid, I don't think that's right. In fact, I'm proposing a 25% decrease in this month bill for everybody across the board.
We're being told that we're putting out more money that we're getting in. And I think the better thing to do would be to have and we've said people have come before meetings and they say, you know, I've got this outlandish bill. And I've heard you tell them, I've told people, go to the water department, come here while the village hall is open, and look, we got our packet right now, a situation where that happened to a resident. She went to the window, they went to her house, and they went to go see. Did she have any needs that she wasn't aware of? Was there a situation where they could look at? That's what we need to do. Not do a blanket 25% because you're going to end up hurting the village in the end.
Let's take, for example, that person that I guess that's what you're talking about tonight. Then what did we do to that person? Now, I mean, they're going to pay their bill? You say the water department went out there, checked it, nothing happened, they couldn't find anything. So what do we do with that? Okay. Yeah.
That address, all the address, anybody that calls in right now with a water complaint or a high bill, they're put on the list, have somebody come over, a water operator goes over, he goes through their whole house. Every meter has a little diamond in the corner, so a triangle, a red triangle. You shut everything off in your house and you watch the triangle. That triangle is still moving, then something in your house is leaking. It has to move. Most of the cases, it's a water softener, it's a toilet, it can be as simple as a sink, and most of the time it's a toilet. And it doesn't run all the time, but you'll hear it and it'll shut itself off. And it's 2 3-month billing cycle, that can increase your bill quite a bit. The one that you have in your hand right now, that's a water softener, and it was an integration inside the plumbing issue in the house. How long that was going on, we do not know. We can go through some back bills and try to look and see when it might have started, when the bill started to increase, especially this time of year, and we can get an average. If they're new residents, it's harder to do that. But mostly, 70% of all addresses they've checked out so far have had something leaking in their house, or it's an actual bill after they looked over their normal usage. So we are going to every address that is called to the village hall, and they're checking every one of them out to verify that it isn't a bad meter. So any resident who has a concern about their meter, complain about the meter, we'll take the meter and we'll have it tested. It costs $25 to test the meter. If it's in favor of the resident, they don't pay the charge. We rebuild the meter, it gets put back into service. If the meter is accurate within the 3% range, the resident pays a $25 charge, and there shouldn't be any other problems after that.
Trustee,
You mentioned that, you're proposing
25% decrease. The water bills are due the 22nd of this month. What about the people that paid the water bills already? Okay, now, if, I don't know if anybody's sitting here from IDNR or the IEP or whatever, but if we raise the rates in order to hopefully get money to borrow the $7 million that we're trying to get the allocation from them. And then once we raise them, now we're going to get money back. What's going to happen? How are we ever going to have money to go to the next step, which would be trying to get the low interest loan that we can't show that we raise the rates. Now, if a person that you said, that was said just now, you just said that if a person has a problem, yes, if I have a $1,500 water bill, I'll be on the phone the very next day having someone come out to the house and check it out. Because if I know that it was $80, but in fact, my water bill was $80 and it went to $500. And I do know that it was caused because of the estimated water bill. And the estimated water bill, actually, they took an average of the last water bill, which was back in the spring, which we didn't use a lot of water. But this particular estimate was when it was really warm and you used the water, and they estimated at the old rate. The water that was red at the new rate, and it was actually red. So I went from, I think, 8,000 gallons to 60,000 gallons. So that's what happened there. But if we give everybody a 25% across the board rate, how we ever, I mean, if we can put them on a payment plan, something that I proposed, that this particular bill, since it was so high, that they get put on a payment plan and pay over a period of time, will be more feasible. At least we're trying to show. But to give back, you give back the 25% decrease to everybody, then that's less than the raise. The raise is, I think the raise was $2.
it's a 1 month,
Amen.
1 month decrease.
That's right.
And if the administration had done their job to make sure that the citizen was then aware of what was about to take place.
What do you mean administration? Because on the water bill had estimated, yeah, water bill had estimated on the water bill.
On the bill, yeah. But we didn't tell them how we were going to come back and take the lower amount, the higher amount, and charge them.
No, we also didn't let them know that we were going to estimate the water bill. That's the first time since I've been out here that we had an estimated water bill.
And then they come back and charge them a higher rate.
But we didn't.
Don't even allow them.
But we never informed them. No one in the office never informed the residents on the south end that your water bill that's coming up will be estimated.
So that's my point from the beginning.
That started at the top though. So whoever was the one that gave that order, I don't know if it was the village clerk yourself, whoever gave that order to go ahead and estimate the water bills. I'm sorry, village manager. Whoever gave that order to have those water bills estimated, I don't know, but they should have let the people know that your bill is going to be estimated. You know, and if we don't have the time, you know, I look at it like this: we pay for overtime for less than. Why don't we pay for overtime to have the meters read? We could pay for overtime to have them read, and then at least we would have known. But I'm just saying, once we try to show an application, we got gentlemen here trying to get us an application, trying to get us funding, and the first thing they said, we're giving back money. And that gets out to them. I don't know how that's going to sit well with the people we're trying to get the money from, sir.
Okay.
I have a severe problem with Trustee Burgess' statement. It seems like he has no concern about the welfare of the taxpayers in that knowledge.
Tell me how I did that. Tell me that I have no concern for the people. No, but don't let this man make a statement like that, sir. Oh, I did not.
Whenever Trustee Benson is ready, you want to always come back to you. Are you done?
You want to put the people on a water plan for water they have probably did not, I'm quite sure, did not receive. That's all of this regard for their welfare and their tax dollars. Well, we're going to charge y'all, whether you got it or not, it's on your bill, so pay it. We put you on the plan. How would you feel we put you on the plan to make you pay for that water? Yeah, you wouldn't like that. That's not right, Mr. Mayor. Now, I had a lady who called me today, whose mother is actually sick and bedridden, and her water bill went from $90 to $1,500. She came up there and somebody at the window told her that we put you on the plan. That's all we can do for you. No consideration for the family in itself. But yet we have people that are very concerned about their water. Now, I'm also hearing what IEPA said, what the Attorney General said. They don't have a right to dictate to our taxpayers what we can and cannot do, how we can charge them. They don't live in our village, number one. Number two, if they were so concerned, IEPA, IDNA, and Attorney General, they should come in here and investigate this board to find out where all the money been going. Why we have seven law firms or more, maybe a little less, a couple less. Why this board was to go to a $10,000 annual conference? They should be investigating the expenditures. They should be investigating the expenditures of this board and how they appropriating these funds for these taxpayers. But yet, no, they want to dictate to us about our water issue. I don't even believe that. These trustees want to put everything on people who's not here. The first business manager, she's not here, she's gone. They want to put everything on her. The second business manager, now she's gone, they're trying to do everything on her. They never take responsibility of their own actions. And that's the problem.
Stop calling out in the meeting.
I want to comment to this.
And the one who's commenting today, I probably wasn't more guilty than anything.
Hold on.
First of all,
Campaign.
I appreciate this campaign central. In order for you to make a statement that I don't care about the citizens, really, don't do that. Please don't do this. Please don't. As far as knowing that the citizens, knowing that they didn't pay for the water, that's going through it, they have a meter. That's what's stated by Kevin. They can have it checked. They can check it themselves. I mean, they just cut the water off in their house. Cut everything off. Don't have anything running. When I said, look at your meter. It's running, and there's something in your house that's leaking. Simple as that. But for you to sit up and make, just because you said, I don't care about the citizens, sir, I've been here 30 years. I've invested in this community for a long time. I didn't come out here the other day. I didn't come out here last week. I wasn't out here for a few times because I had to live in the city, because I had a job. I wasn't out here for that. I was here all the time. I've been paying my water bill as you have been paying yours. So if you felt that your water bill was a problem, as anyone else, they should have asked about it. But don't sit up and tell that, we don't care. We don't care about the residents. I have a vested interest in this community. I always have had a vested interest in this community. I brought 2 homes out here, and you may have more than that. True, and no problem with that. But you don't know my situation. I appreciate you take that out of your mouth, number one. Number two, as far as going to IML, we're not talking about IML, we're talking about water. We're trying to get through with this report from Robertson Engineering. We're trying to move on so we can do other things besides just stay on top of this. This is not a campaign central. We're talking about issues that we have to take care of, that the engineer asked us to direct him how we should move forward with this. He's asking us questions. Now, if you want to debate me later, fine, have no problem. I can do it all day long. But please, sir, stick to the point. Let's continue so we can move on, so we can get to the rest of the representative here that came here, and then let the residents hear exactly what it is, and not go and don't get personal. Don't make this personal. Thank you.
Couple of things here. First of all, I'd love to see a 25% discount, but I don't know if that could happen or not. What we have is the second paragraph of this letter that was just gave to us. IDNR will thoughtfully to account for the water rate, and this means increasing water rates 33%. First question is IDNR, are they going to be able to allow us to cut back? If they're trying to increase, I think they're not trying to dictate something to us. And the second one is there's a young lady called Lisa Madigan who's still part of the project. Is she going to allow us to cut that? I myself, I'd like to see it happen. Even if to offer the residents a payment plan, whatever. But we do have a couple of key people out there that seem to make our life miserable. And we probably have to run across those key people to find out if we do anything as they go through with this. And the last question I have for our engineer is, you did a summary recap, and it shows Lake Michigan Water, $81.20 per increase per single family, and it shows enhanced raw water treatment, $85.47 per single family home. And then you asked which is the cheapest route, but your summary shows us the cheapest route. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, and forgive me, I haven't been able to get to item 3 yet. That was could I clarify that?
I'd like to cover that, but I think we need to get together with some of those people that involved in this overall water thing. Let's see if we can do it. I agree, let's try it.
I think your original question was what you should go back with, or how you'd like to proceed. And I think that we need to focus on that, and I think there needs to be a consensus among the board right now with, and I believe the original question is, do you add the 33% or no?
Forgive me for cutting you off, but getting consensus of the board, exactly what I want. If I could, I've got 3 options laid out here, and you guys tell me which way you want to go. Can we do that?
Yeah, that's, I'm trying to,
Okay, so option number 1 is to increase the water rate in my cost estimates by about 33% to account for that non-revenue loss. Option 2 is to delay the application, basically tell IDNR, well, just hold on, we're going to go through our capital improvement plan, we're going to get this non-revenue water way down, and then we'll come back and we'll apply again. And the third option is we will promise to the IDNR that Sauk Village will commit to a capital improvement plan to get that non-revenue water down to an acceptable range by the time Lake Michigan water would be used. What do you think?
You asked us to vote on this now, or did you want to propose that we?
I don't need it this very second.
Pardon me?
I don't need it this very
No,
second.
the reason I was asking you, do you want us to see it in writing and vote on it next week? Or?
What kind of time are we looking at that we got to get back? What kind of time do we have before we, that you have to have an answer back to that?
hearing is in January, the testimony deadline is early January. I have to have the cost of the report done probably, I'd say, end of November at the latest, so beginning of December would be the very latest I could get anything back.
Your plan, the three different options that you have, that you have them written out, that you can give everyone that, and maybe we can start them, go over and have some answer back to you whenever you think that will be feasible for you to have an answer back.
That makes perfect sense. I will do that.
In there, can you list exactly what every water, infrastructure costs, what are they going to entail? Just to kind of review, because you see that on these alternatives on the back page here, it's going to be double to, according to your estimates, it's going to be double to the infrastructure for the treated well water. So just kind of explain what it's going to be for the Sauk Trail, or what infrastructure we're going to get from that, and then what infrastructure we're going to get if we enhance the well water treatment. I think that that's going to, at least for me, help me make my decision as far as how I feel we should proceed. And also, as you stated, there was not enough information put out to the citizens. I know that during that amount of time, the village manager was very busy with the water crisis. I know we talked about the information getting out. It wouldn't have been something that the village board would have collectively written a letter on. But because that didn't happen, I did want to remind somebody that Sauk Talk article will be next week Friday. This is a great opportunity. There was a Sauk Talk article, there was Sauk Talk in July. That was a great opportunity. People are not writing articles for Sauk Talk. They don't get mailed to homes anymore, that's very true. But we do have them here, board meetings, people come here when they pay their water bills, we give them. They're at the library, they're at the bank, they're at various places throughout the village, and that is still our way to get the information to the citizens. And the Sauk Talk's put online. So people still do get it online. So I'm going to ask again for somebody. Somebody should have written an article in July about this. Somebody needs to write an article for this month, like I said, next week Friday, by midnight, to explain to the citizens what's going on. It needs to cover the estimated bills. How did we get to where these bills are? It needs to cover the fact that there's an increase in February. What's it going to be then? It needs to cover where we are right now. Because if people are going to say there's an increase, how far are we from Lake Michigan water? Is our water safe? These things all need to be covered by Sauk Village. Somebody needs to write that article. I'm not sure that that's something that the engineer should do. I'm not sure that that's something that should come from the engineer. But it's something that needs to be done. Yes.
I just need to know from Mr. Senator, he just did out 2 plans. The 3 plans, that came up with.
Can you speak up?
$10 million plan. It's the $10 million plan and $21 million plan, correct?
Is it okay if I get into the third question? Because that leads directly into this cost breakdown and we'll help explain it. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So item number 3. I need to know what the base water rate will be for our cost estimates. That is to say, what will the water rate that Sauk Village will charge separate from the cost increase required for Lake Michigan water infrastructure? Will the second rate increase of $7.50 per thousand be sufficient to cover the airstripping costs and current operation and maintenance costs? REL needs to know this so we will have a starting point for our rate analysis. REL will also need to work with Sauk Village's financial consultants to ensure that all costs are taken into account. So what I'm trying to say here is, if you wouldn't mind flipping to that second sheet now, this is exactly the same summary that I presented in November 2011. I have since tweaked some of the numbers a little bit based on the comments that I received from the IDNR. But essentially, it's exactly the same, except for what I did here is I included in the column that says annual O&M, administration, and existing debt, or current water rate. I put that water rate of $7.50 per thousand, which is by ordinance supposed to take effect in February. So we went from 350 to 750. So obviously that boosts the water rates up. If you remember, the water rate that I was projecting was a little bit more than $10 per thousand for Lake Michigan water, and now we're up to $15.24 per thousand. So what I'm asking here is that $7.50 water rate, is that going to be enough to cover everything that we're doing here with the air stripping? And we'll have a nice stable water rate until we get the Lake Michigan water improvements, at which point we would have to add in additional funding to cover those improvements. If that makes sense.
I believe that was another increase, didn't it? The 750. So you asked, is that 750, if we don't do another increase, is that going to be enough to cover everything until we get to Lake?
Yes.
Is there anything you can say on that one?
Only thing I can say, we were working with the financial consultant to work that out, and that was the question that we had is, you did have a financial consultant staff or working.
We did.
Are they still on board, and have they gotten that information back to you? That's a very good question. We were told very early that 750 would cover the cost for the repayment of the loan and operation of the system for the air stripping rate. But that was preliminarily only, and we did not have the final numbers on that, or final determination. So, to answer Jim's question, yeah, 750 was what we are working with, but we need to get that confirmed by your financial.
Any idea what we would know?
I believe finance Steve, I believe, I guess it's what we propose to come to Steve. Where we got it.
We'll, as soon as we find out, we'll let you know.
Good American, I'd like to.
Yeah, please.
My name's kind of on that 750 number too. You know, we've come at it with different, I'm gonna point at you too, because I see your pencil going. But I did that demonstration up here at $7.50. My number that I came up with was not tied to any engineering, but that was going back to median household, average water bills, and then we're starting to get to that affordability for the repayability stuff. So, you know, you're looking at 2 or 3 different ways, but I want to clarify on my point that 750 was not tied to a specific detailed nuts and bolts project. I was looking more at the bigger scope, at the, you know, at the affordability level for the village.
I think a very good question, because the 750, is that for the Sauk Village where it needs to be, and the other thing for their stripping the project? But does that also include infrastructure repairs that need to be made, or is there going to be increases later in the future, which will help make those infrastructure improvements?
Well, and here's where it gets a little ambiguous, because until we do a leak detection survey, we're really not going to know the extent of the repairs that are required in order to cut that down. So I've taken a stab at what that cost would be. I can see that actually. When we all took a stab at what that cost would be, we don't know for sure what that cost would be at this point. So this number will go up and down based on the results of that survey.
What was that survey?
I believe that is tied into the IPA loan application.
What was your question? I'm sorry.
The survey you're talking about?
The leak detection survey.
Yes, what we were doing is we were working on somewhat backwards from we were told that $7.5 million And then we were going to do an investigation, or suppose that there was an investigation on the roof and on the distribution system, to see what the priorities are to improve your distribution system, and then use the money remaining in the $7.5 million loan to do the highest priority of those distribution systems. Now, does that mean that that will reduce the leakage in your system down to below what IDNR requires? No, that does not mean that. There may be additional funding, additional money needed to do that. What they are, and Jim was exactly right, we do not have any idea.
I do remember you stating that there was only something like $2 million left to go towards infrastructure.
That's good enough.
Right. So everything else would go towards the existing distribution, which would mean that you could be updating and upgrading our current distribution system, correct? The $5 million.
No, $5 million would go to the,
That's what I said, our current distribution system. Our current.
treatment system.
Right.
I would say the same thing, would say the difference. Okay, you're right.
Right, that $5 million would go towards our current treatment, or our, right. And the remaining money would go towards the
distribution system
the infrastructure. Okay, and that's going to be $2 million. So basically, that's what I asked the last time you were here, that $5 million would basically not bring Lake Michigan water, it would basically upgrade and update our current. And then what was left over would go towards to do the infrastructure, which means we would have to have more money to qualify. We have to have more money to qualify to continue to upgrade our current infrastructure so we can qualify for Lake Michigan water. Is that correct?
You may need to do that, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Because the 750 is based on the $7.50 is based on the $7 million low interest loan, correct?
It came through two ways. As Bud was saying, we recommended an increase of $750 so that that's something that the residents could afford. What your financial consultant told us that the $750 would also be sufficient to pay for the loan plus your existing operation.
Okay, that's what I was
It
saying.
came actually about the same number.
Okay.
It
Because the reason I'm saying is I don't want someone coming back later on stating that, this is clear, that this money or this rate that we're going still doesn't put us in the ballpark, as Bud said before, to get Lake Michigan water. Right now, that doesn't put us in the ballpark. We have to increase more to put us in the ballpark to get Lake Michigan water because of all the infrastructure repairs and things that we have to do in order to hook up. Okay, just want to make sure.
To clarify, if the $2 million for infrastructure, that is not infrastructure going towards running pipes to Lake Michigan, that's to make improvements to the
Inside the village.
to lower that water line.
Yes, the lower the water.
Which takes us closer to the
Closer to our goal. I'm trying to get 33% down to less than 18. Okay, I just want to make sure, because the reason why I'm saying is I don't want someone coming back later saying it was A or B. This is exactly what it is. Thank you. Less than 8, I'm sorry, 8%.
So I'm just gonna run with 750 for now until I hear it.
We will, as soon as we can get something defined better than that.
I'm good.
I still didn't get the, whether or not that we should offer the taxpayer something with this, those large bills across the board.
Yes, we should. We should run that on purpose. Because they being estimated 3 or 4 times more than they were there. So these are either make them whole completely.
I don't think a 1 month decrease, when we're talking about, we already losing water anyway.
One site.
Yeah, one site. One site. In fact, the cycle that we're talking about, but most of the big increase here now, that would be the cycle they're trying to.
potential thing, and we can discuss it and see where we want to go with it more, but what we need to realize is meters are red. So residents didn't get charged any more than they use. If their meter was reading red 4 months earlier, it was this number here. 2 months later, they were given an estimated bill, which their bill was not as much as it should have been. And then it was read again 2 months later. That water is still red. Those numbers are still there. So the fact that the residents did use the water and it's all by meters, it's no different than what you have on your car. You have an odometer in your car. You drive the miles, the odometer keeps track. Your water meter keeps track of the amount of water that's going through your house. So if the board wants to consider, a break, because some of the residents, again, it needs to be very clear. The south side of Sauk Trail is where it hurts. The north side has not received an estimated bill. The north side of Sauk Trail received a meter read 2 months ago, and their meter has been read again. So the ones that were affected by this increase, who saw the large increase, they went south of Sauk Trail. So we need to make it very clear. We're going to be consistent. Remember, if you're talking about 25%, we're talking about only for the south side of Sauk Trail because they got hit with the higher rates for providing water that was used 2 months earlier. We're talking about both sides, and then you're not consistent because you have actual meter readings for the north side of Sauk Trail, where you have estimated readings for the south side.
Mr. Mayor, we're not consistent because people work at 3 times what it really was. So there's no consistency at all. To give someone an estimated reading when the water is being metered and it's 4 times as much as you think it should be, is wrong. We should only charge for the meter, as it was said before, we will charge for what we use. If that's the case, then why are we estimating water bill? I don't see where there was a reason to estimate water bill in the first place. Why? But yet, they did it. I think it
You actually try to keep everything in order. Then you're going to blood out every time somebody says something. I politely ask, I will come back to anybody that wants to actually talk. If you want to say something after someone said it, we can come back to it. Are you finished?
Estimated people vote, I don't know what you told them or not, but we do know for a fact that this trustee board has said they don't do that, and they did that, and that's why people have sports action water in their car.
You done? I trust you done.
For now,
Mr. Mayor, that's totally erroneous. That's wrong, and you know that's wrong, trustee. This board did not direct anybody to estimate anything. It was new to me when I found out about it. Matter of fact, I found out about it until I got my bill, that the bill was estimated. To say that please go back in a minute and find out where that was. Don't just blurt out things because you can. That's not even true. This board did not ask or direct anyone to estimate any water bill. I don't know where you got that from. But, I mean, but to make that statement, but I do have a statement to ask you, Mr. Mayor. If you're going to if you want a 25% increase, I'm sorry, decrease, you got to make it fair. You want a 25% decrease on the south side, should be a 25% decrease on the north side. Why should it be any different? They're all residents, north and south, it's the whole village. So if you're going to give everybody a 25 and make their bill 20, if you want to do that, to make it consistent, then we just do 25% across the board. Everybody's water bill for the last water bill for the south side and the last water bill for the north side when they get there. I mean, yes, we're going to lose revenue. It's going to be a lot of money, but if that's what you want, that's what you're proposing, it's something the board can look at, but it shouldn't just be for the south side. It should be for the whole village.
Hold on, sir.
And I'm just asking if that's what you're proposing to make it even across the whole village if you're going to do 25%. But I do caution you again that we still have a goal we have to meet. These gentlemen, you got engineers, you got Mr. Mason, you got people here that are going to the IEPA and IDNR stating that we can't afford a loan. But now we're giving back water. I don't know if there's anybody here for the media. I'm going to give it back money. I don't know if there's anybody here for the media that's going to put down that we need all the revenue we can in order to qualify. However, we're going to give back 25%. But that's a call. That's something that you asked about. And that's something that we can look over as a board. But I'm just cautioning you that if that does happen, if the board votes on it, they're not going to look too good when we try to apply for funds, stating that we're trying to bring our revenue up so we can't qualify, that we can't afford to pay for this low interest loan that we're asking them to give us.
To make a situation right, that we know that we have some concerns. And I don't think it's asking too much to decrease a bill by some type of percentage. I mean, if the board don't feel fair that it's 25%, then that's okay. But I think we ought to look at something. I want to put prices what we're asking them to pay us, we're asking them to, and we all have concern with our business. So
I'm not questioning I'm not questioning that. All the thing I'm saying is we have to, once that decision is made, we have to be prepared for the ramifications that are going to come behind that. Once it gets out that we are giving them the money back and we're trying to show that we can't afford it. That's the first thing they'll say, we can't afford this. That's just my assumption. But if that's what you want, I don't think it should just be a proposal for just the south side. It should be for all the bills, for that particular last 2 bills, or whatever, however you do it.
that's the proposal, right?
But just for the south side,
Why would we decrease to 25% of those water bills that have not been estimated, but have been legally read versus the ones that have been estimated and not legally read? That's unjustified. What's justified is those meters who've been estimated paying 4 times as much as their water bill normally is versus those that are not. The water bill, if the north side and not have their water bill estimated yet, then why would they be getting a decrease in their water bill? That's unjustified. No way. But those who have been affected by it because of the mismanagement of this board, they should be. That's right. There should be. No, there should be. Because there's a 25 decrease in a water bill that has not been affected, has not been estimated, and it's regular meter. That's what they use. But those who have not, but they've been estimated, they're paying 4 times. You want to do that? That's fine. You can do them because they've been justifiably wrong and being charged for that extra amount of water that they're paying. But those on the north side has not. They do everything exactly bill check. Why would we give them a decrease?
Mr. Mayor, let's, first of all, please, sir, please quit saying this board unjustly. The board had nothing to do with the rates. As far as the board had nothing to do with the board had nothing to do with the estimated bill. The board had nothing to do with that. So I don't know why you keep saying that part. But Mr. Mayor, also, if we're going to, if you're going to do this, and you're saying that the north side shouldn't have to pay, or they shouldn't get a decrease, they're paying the same rate the south side is paying. No, I'm just saying. But if the north side, because the north side is paying the same rate, and if this trustee knows that those meters are messed up and has not done anything about it, then that trustee is wrong also. He should have something done about it. You know for a fact that a certain person's water meter is not working properly. That's why you have public works have them come out there, as Kevin said, and they'll come out there and they'll go to the house. But don't sit up and say that we know or that this board knows anything. I don't know what's going on in your house. It just so happens that you happen to live on the south side of the village. I live on the south side. Most everyone here lives on the south side. That's on this board. A lot of us do. But it's not fair if you just do the south side and don't do the north side. They're paying the same water rate, same water bill, same water. That's all I say. If that's decided.
Commissioner, there's been a couple things said, I just want to make sure we clarify. Number one, the residents were getting charged for water that they use through the meter. Number two, there is statements being made that we have problems with our meters. Well, if you have actual proof, bring it to the table, rather than just running your mouth. There is been statements that we all know we have concerns about our water distribution. Well, if you know there's concerns, why have you brought it to this board? And what are those concerns? And bring it to our attention. You haven't. All you continue to say is, we all know we have problems. What are those problems? You have not brought anything before this board in the last 3.5 years saying we have a problem, but all of a sudden now you're saying we have a problem. The other thing too is that the board never gave approval to estimate bills. That was directed by the village manager to take estimated bills. The board never approved to stop turn-offs and to continue to get payments for bills. That was directed by the village manager. We can go back and pull the minutes because the village manager was questioned about that. What gave her the authority to do that during an open board meeting? So this board never gave the approval about anything that you're accusing this board of, the same board that you sat on. So I know you have lack of memory, and you have no idea where you're at sometimes. So, you know, I think you need to go back and read some of these minutes and kind of refresh your memory.
Let's see what.
Last time I checked, the adjustment of water rates had nothing to do with Jim's argument. Do you have any other comments, questions? Do you, because you're sitting here, and I feel like there may be something else you could tell us, but if not, we can excuse you because this is just going to continue to go on. I think that this is a great conversation for, well, not even necessarily another day, but another area. Possibly when we have Mr. Rao come up about the finances. Possibly when we have Mr. Weller come up about the water project. This has nothing to do with Jim's Dark. Is there anything else you have for me to us?
Just one more item, one question, because I know that the IDNR is going to ask me this. My best estimate at this point is that the water rate for Lake Michigan water would be around $15.24 per thousand. So something for you to consider is the village willing to charge that water rate? I don't need an answer now, but I will put that in that other email that I'm sending out. $15, table 2, $15.24 per thousand. And that's the result of the water rates going up. So just, if you know, obviously, if you're saying that's way too much, we shouldn't even go forward with the.
Great.
And you're going to put that in the email. Okay?
All right, thank you, sir.
Since 13 years.
Okay, let's move to number 3. Discussion of the Sauk finance. Pretty loud now.
I'll try to keep my thing short. I contacted the auditors via email as well as couple phone calls. They are not answering my phone calls or emails. and they promised that the audit will be done in August 24th, and then they moved on to September 20th and 24th. Still, there is no news from them. I have tried my level best to call them, and that, unfortunately, there's no response from them. And therefore, I have put a hold on their bills, final bill $13,000, until returning the audit and not consideration.
Next one that we have for fiscal 2011.
Unless this is complete.
Right. No, I'm asking you, I know we signed a contract with this, or did we sign a contract? I think we did sign a contract with this audit firm to do the next 3 years or something to that. Can we find a way to opt out? And also, can we start, Mr. Mayor, can we start with bids from other agencies at this time so we can go forth with the next audit, which is going to be due pretty soon, so we need to get to the bid process as soon as possible.
Well, I don't know what's the problem with this, that we can't, had 4 years and we can't complete an audit. Maybe what we need to do is ask the state's attorney or the attorney general to come in. There you go. I just don't understand that we had this same firm since the village been here, and now all of a sudden we can't get, in 4 years, we can't get nothing. There's something wrong with that. So maybe tomorrow we'll try to approach somebody else and see can we get somebody to come in and audit these books. There's got to be some reason why 4 years that we can't get somebody to get this thing completed.
I have tried my level best to contact them, and I have provided all the information they requested on their recent email, but without, unfortunately, without any response.
I agree 100%. We have to get hold of the Attorney General or State's Attorney. I think we need to get someone in here to find out why we are unable to get an audit done. And this is the first administration I've ever sat under where here we are almost 4 years into the administration and still don't have a budget from the first year. Budgets, the audits are usually done yearly so that you keep track. So I understand maybe perhaps they're running into problems trying to figure out what happened 3 years ago. But it's unacceptable and cultural. So I fully support getting someone in here to find out why our books are not balanced and the reason why we're what we're going to do.
We'll reach out with the board's consent, and I'll reach out to somebody, because it is unacceptable. We got 4 years using the same firm, and can't get a book.
I think that part of the thing that, and I fully agree, things probably we've asked for, people, that they've asked, the village residents, citizens, the board members have asked various local and state government agencies to come in and look at certain things. I say let's go for it. But I think we need to realize that when Mr. Rao came on board, about a year ago, almost 2 years ago, we're looking at, if I remember, how many months? 18 months of bank statements that hadn't been opened. We didn't do a single bank rec in 18 months. So Mr. Rao had to come in, we had to have Theobald and Associates come in, and there was a lot of things that had to be done at that point in time. We had to wait for this 18-month budget to close before we started the process. So I think that it's definitely something to look into, but I'm not ready to put 100% of the fault on the ledger and pull it, because the ledger has come in here for years, and they've been able to produce a budget. 4 to 6 weeks max, I'm sorry, audit. 4 to 6 weeks max. They come in, they look at our paperwork, we would get awards every year on Student Government Day because of our audits, because of our budgets, because everything was done correctly. So I don't think that all of a sudden with ledger and pulling, we're not how to do this job. I think that we as an administration and as a village need to take some responsibility. some ownership in the fact that people who were here before did not do their jobs appropriately. And now we're paying for it. So if that takes state attorneys, GOFA or GFOA, if they need to come in, that's who we talk about. The Governmental Finance Association, or something, they need to come in. Thank you. They're the ones who need to come in, not the state attorneys.
Somebody.
GFOA needs to come in here, bust open our books, and see exactly what happened and where do we go from here. Because we all know there's another budget cycle about to end. We need to call for an audit. This is not something that we can keep on procrastinating like we did last time. Because how long is this process taking now? When did they start? April, right? That's what I thought.
So that brings me to my point. If that's their job, no, they can't do it in the books is such a disarray that a company cannot figure it out in 2 years. There's something wrong somewhere.
Do we ever get the stuff from Delgado, law firm? Last time we were talking, you said that we had paperwork that we needed from Delgado. This is part of the problem. We have vendors not giving us items. We have fixed recs that weren't being done. We have people, they're looking for information from us because numbers aren't adding up and we're not able to give them those numbers. And that's not a reflection on you, I'm not saying that. Because obviously you don't have the information that they requested about Delgado, or else you would give it to them. So I'm not ready to put 100% of the blame. I'm glad. But I do think that they have not been communicating with us properly. I do think that they need to come to board meetings. And I don't know, the village manager said that she was working on them coming here and explaining themselves, the process where they are, where they plan on being, how much longer this is going to take. And I still think that they need to be a committee. They need to explain to us, because the last time we saw their faces was a long time ago, and they just kept telling us, there's so much, there's so many problems we found. And we don't know what problem one is. So that needs to be reported to us.
But, and I know that's going to probably rub some people the wrong way. But any time that you don't have anybody running the day-to-day operation of the building.
That's right.
Anytime that you have the trustees running the village, these are the things that's going to happen. These are the things that's going to fall through the cracks. We didn't have a finance director for a while. We didn't have the last finance director before the finance director that that were with the village didn't finish her job. Then when that she left, the building was without a finance director for almost a year, maybe longer. Then they hired somebody supposed to that person that do the job. But somebody got to be there to make sure that the people do the job. Now, the trustees are not supposed to be there to make sure that they're doing their job. It's supposed to be the person that's running the day-to-day operation. Here's the second time that the trustees have fired the village manager. So anytime that's happened, this is what happens. We're going to lose things. They ain't going to fall on the true crack. Things are not going to get done. Because who they're going to answer to? Who's McGregor going to call and ask about those things? Who they going to be talking to? Who they going to be communicating with? And if it doesn't happen, that somebody's going to be responsible for the day-to-day operation, making sure that those vendors and things get back doing what they're supposed to do, then we're going to lose out on it, and that's what we've been doing all the time.
I completely agree. But I think that what we need to realize is that Mohan said he's been here almost 2 years. So we're looking at 2010 when you came in, and you came in December 2010. Okay, and that's when you found out that 18 months of bake breaks were done. Okay, we're talking about village administration, who's gonna be the contact person, I think we need to understand that we had a chief of staff up until May 25th of that year. And that's 12 months of administration, where she was the one that was responsible and not a single bank record was open. And then we look at the fact that the finance director left in April of 2010. We hired somebody who was proposed to us by our financial consultants that were brought in through this administration. And then when that person got a job, she didn't open up a bank record. She picked up right where the last finance director did and did not do a bank record while the chief of staff was here. Once the chief of staff was gone, Ms. Gibson was given those responsibilities. That was our finance director. She was given those responsibilities to run the day-to-day operations. That was the idea that was brought up by yourself. We gave her that responsibility. It was her responsibility as a finance director anyway to open up the bank records. When she left, that's when Mr. Brown came in. That's when we found out. 18 months. And we had how many accounts? 40. Oh, okay, 65. So 65 accounts that we get a statement every month for 18 months. I'm a psych major, not a math major. So 65, roughly, times 18. That's how many documents that he had to go through. So think about it. You're right. When there's not somebody to do the day-to-day operations, according to you, work doesn't get done. But in some cases, when you have somebody here who's making $90,000 to do everyday operations, work's not getting done either. So, catch-22. That's not for argument here. What's argument here is talking about is the audit. The audit needs to be completed. We need to stop looking back and pointing fingers and trying to figure out what happened in this 18 months. We need to move forward. And the only way that's going to happen is if the ledger and Poland finishes their job, sits in those chairs, and tells us what they found. That's it.
They don't look like they want to do it.
Well, the reason why they're trying to think because they hired Dietrich, became back here, they hired a manager, and he changed all the books around there. I understand the fact he was a millionaire in the world. When they hired 2.6 now.
Potty mouth over there.
The chief of staff, the finance director, every single day was harassed by these boys. Every single day. They could never get their job done. When are they going to take responsibility for their foolishness? This is why we got where we at right now.
This is not a soapbox. Can we move on, please? Come on, let's go with it.
Go ahead, Mohan. Go ahead, move on. Move on.
Elections in April, man. I said April. Elections in April. This is October. You got a while, man. You still got a while.
Come on, guys, come on, guys.
But let's move on. It's got nothing to do with this. Look at that point finger. You point back at you.
Mohan, what's
Okay, wait a minute, guys. Don't direct Mohan to do anything. I'm going to direct. Stop talking. Stop talking. Something doesn't do it.
No.
Then you don't know why nobody wants to do business in the village.
Go ahead, Mohan.
It's funny, I'm gonna say one thing, all right? It's funny how Burgess, you got the clip over there talking about.
Here we go.
This is campaign central, and this
It
is
is.
one person.
It is.
Said right up there last week,
It is.
in Bishop, about election 2013. Asked for a mayor run, asked for the trustees to run with them.
That was information.
First to run with them. They came out.
Anybody have somebody to run with someone?
And talking about 2013
That was information. She was giving you information. That was information. That was information. Just because she said don't mean it's right.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. They don't want to say it all night.
I'm going to make a final call tomorrow morning to the auditors to have them come here for the next board meeting. They must and they have to come here and address the board. That should be the final call. And definitely let you, once I give them a call, I will send an email to all of you, let you all know what exactly happened. What exactly?
You said you paid.
I have to. I'm gonna have to disagree. All due respect to you, we said that, I know at least 10 times. No, get on the horn tomorrow morning, go home with the people, get them in here, and let's do the internal investigation. We've had these people, let's get them in here. And how many times? I know Trustee Burgess, I know Trustee Benson, I know Trustee Hank, and myself, and Trustee Williams are all asked for these people to come here and give some kind of report. Matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, there's a couple of times they refused to come. That is BS. Let's get on the horn tomorrow and get the proper people out there and start the investigation. Yes. Period. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, he said, can we ask Mohan if he doesn't get the appropriate, can we put our lawyer on?
We've asked them one before to get involved.
Well, he was never told to put the lawyers on.
I will make it a first call for tomorrow morning.
Yeah, but you said now, you made a comment that we still owe them 13, so we have paid them. No, we have paid them something.
We have paid them something.
Okay.
It's $13,000 is the last installment.
Okay, maybe if we can get the lawyers.
Until that turning, I'm not going to release.
We have, and maybe they should be made aware if we have to bring our lawyers in.
We
They're
have
going to
also
pay
cleared
the
the
cost.
program until, it's completely done and having it in my hand, I'm not going to release it. And, after I make a call tomorrow morning, I will let you know by email.
But my question over there is, if they don't respond, they could maybe have something delivered to their office that if we have to go further, that they would also have to pay for the cost of the attorney if we have to go with this.
Go ahead, your next item is the budget.
The 2012-2013 budget and appropriation ordinance.
Thank you.
Any question?
Well, the first part, do we have a balanced budget?
Yes. The budget will be off by about $2,300. It will be in deficit.
The last time I was at a budget meeting, we were $1.1 million down, so how did we get down to 2,000 now? The last meeting we had, that our budget is, we were $1.1 million down, and we got to pay. So how can tell me how we got down to $2,000?
The total deficit is almost about 1.7 million. What I'm talking about is the current budget. Even though we owe currently about $500,000 and other lawsuits about $600,000 plus another almost about $900,000 to various funds, we are talking about the current outcome and the current inflow and the current outflow. The financial statements is based, the budget and financial statements is based on the current inflow, that is the current revenue earned that is coming in, and the current outflow, that means current expenditure that is going to be incurred and paid out. That therefore, I have accounted only for current inflow and current outflow, leaving apart all the major $900,000 and $500,000 plus another losses almost about $600,000. So therefore, if you do the budget based on the current inflow and current outflow, the net effect will be approximately about $3,245 is in deficit. It is not in balance.
So it's not right.
It's not balance.
So how are we going to pass?
It's about only $3,000 in deficit.
I'm still missing the part where you say that so what are you doing with the other $900,000?
Other $900,000, whenever we get the inflow, that is, whenever we are going to earn the revenue, that will be taken care of and put into the budget. And hey, for example, the general fund owes a water fund and fire fund almost in the amount of $600,000 to $900,000. The total fund owed to our fund is almost about $900,000. When you don't have the $900,000 to pay out, you cannot put it in budget in the current period.
So what do you do with it?
Until you get the revenue, you cannot pay them. So that's why I have not shown on the budget. That is, therefore that's why I have not shown on the budget that is going to be outflow.
So, now wait a minute, you listen to me. You can't balance a budget if you don't, you can't carry it over to another year.
You can carry over because you don't have the funds available. You cannot put it in this year's budget. When you don't have the funds, you cannot put it in this year's budget. For example, you have,
that's why we were laying off personnel, because we submitted a balanced budget. But you can't carry that we have carried anything over from one year to the other.
We have checks sitting on the back desk because, hey, those are not part of the budget. That was clear from the previous year.
What was in the budget that we had, we were passing a balanced budget. We didn't carry anything saying that we can't pay this, we're going to carry it over to the next year.
You're right, we never carry anything over. What you do is
So that's what you're there now.
you look at what you know. We pass budgets. Yeah, that's my piece right there. It's nothing different than we've done in the past. We've had checks sitting on the back desk over $1 million more than anyone paid. You don't put that in this budget. What you do is you try to make sure you pass a budget based on what your estimated revenues are coming in and what you estimate your expenditures are going to be. That's what you look at, and that's when you sit down with the budget. Granted, we still owe it, and my numbers are a little bit different than yours. I think we owe a lot more than that because just based off of looking at expenditures from last year, we know that we owe the county approximately $500,000. We know that their supplements about $600,000. We know that money was borrowed from the fire fund and utility fund without this village board ever knowing about it, which we found out during the budget hearings. The fire fund borrowed $600,000, and I'm still trying to find out who approved that to borrow that money. $525,000 from the utility tax fund, which this village board was never asked, and this village board never approved to borrow that money.
When we just find that out?
During the budget. There was money taken from TIF number 1, TIF number 4, borrowed, that this village board never approved. So, again, our numbers, the numbers that I'm looking at are closer to about $2.6 million that was spent, again, without this village board's approval, and used to pay which we don't know what. And that's why I am looking forward to asking someone to come in and take a look at our books to find out who approved this money to go out and where was it spent.
When did we discover?
Those funds were borrowed from 2008 until 2010. And, whenever they whenever the finance director transfer those money from other funds into general fund, they should have very well informed the board. Unfortunately, they have not done so. That's why it is my responsibility to show how much was borrowed from other funds into general fund that is due back to other funds. That is not accounted for because we don't have enough money or we don't have enough revenues to cover those expenditures to be transferred over back to the other funds. That's why I have this budget does not reflect those funds in general fund. The expenditure.
The budget. I'm telling you, we cannot pass a budget where we use the fund and carry them over to another year.
We should carry over because we don't have the resources to pay back. Because we have to carry over because you don't have enough funds in general fund to transfer back to other funds.
Then how do you balance a budget when you don't have it? How do anybody balance a budget? How do the city, how do they balance a budget then? They cut and they do whatever they have to do. They don't carry anything over.
A balanced budget is based on the amount of revenue you have coming in, based on what you estimate your expenditures are going to be. So when you look at a balanced budget, you say we're not going to expend in this budget, and as we do the budget, we look line item by line item, we're not going to spend any more than we estimate was going to come in. That's when you look at is your budget balanced? Again, not carrying over. Again, nothing different has been done every single year. You've had checks sitting on the back desk we couldn't pay over $1 million worth of checks. Again, budgets were passed, and as money came in, we paid those. This year we got over $500,000 too much from the county, and we paid a lot of those back checks. Now we got to figure out a way to pay that $500,000 back to the county. Again,
we're talking about how we're going to pay it back, then we're talking about next year or 2 years from now, right? Is that right? We're not talking about in this budget here. So then we're talking about how we're going to come back next year.
well, part of the payment of paying them back is in this budget, because was it $50,000, $75,000, and that was part of the agreement plan, hopefully that we're working with the county, that we pay a little bit back at a time. And there is, how much, $75,000? $75,000 in this budget to go toward that $500,000. So again, we're not putting that full $500,000 in this budget, but we did put $75,000 that will go back to the county toward that $500,000 bill.
Okay, if it was so important to balance the budget or not balance the budget, then why was it so important to lay off the village manager and we're not balancing the budget, we're not going to present a balanced budget, why was it so important to let them go for financial reasons? That's what you said. It's financial reasons why we let them go. We're going to balance the budget while we let them go. And yet all of a sudden now, it's not important to balance this budget, but it's important to let them go.
It's very important to balance the budget. It's very important to also look at where expenditures are going and where you can make cuts. And you're worried about 2 individuals when there is more than just those 2 individuals that are going to be affected by this budget. So I mean, you're concerned about 2. What about the other ones that are going to be affected by this budget? You set the budget hearings.
Well, you completed the budget here without me, so we didn't have another budget here. When I was sitting in the budget here, we were $1.5 million in the budget deficit. And now, all of a sudden, that another meeting come about where you balance the budget.
Again, he's just talking from his mouth. He's just talking. He has no idea what he's talking about. He has no proof and no merit to his statements.
Let me just say that. Maybe I put it wrong.
Well, if you say anything, you did put it wrong.
Because
what he was talking about.
If the last meeting we had, okay, folks. If the last budget meeting we had, there was $1.5 million, we walked away from here. Can't balance the budget because we're $1.5 million. 1, that we couldn't find how we were gonna do it, scratching our head, didn't know what we were gonna do. And now we come back here, you got an ordinance on the book with a balanced budget. I didn't go to another meeting. I'm asking, if you said there was another meeting, then how did we balance it here? Who agreed to this thing?
First of all, you said there was a meeting which you have no proof of merit. Second of all, we talked about $2.6 million. You have no idea. You say 1.1. That 2.6 million. Again, we're listening to ourselves talk. But that $2.6 million is still not there. We still don't have the money. And again, this is the last budget, one of the last budgets we talked about, and we're moving forward.
Again, I'll reach out to somebody to come in and look at it.
There you go.
Right?
Exactly.
And just so you know, this is on the agenda for October 23rd. This has been out on public notice. It's been available for the residents to review.
It is not available.
So I said, even when they went to public notice, I didn't know anything about that. I didn't know that.
It was in your box, and there's emails with
I didn't say anything. That's going to work. I didn't say anything. I didn't get one. I didn't get one, nor did I get anything.
You received multiple emails because your email was on there with all the rest of the trustees and village clerk. So the fact that you don't care about the village and you see it, come here from the posted in the hall.
Okay, let's go to number 4, discussion of the recent estimated water bill. You on?
Well, I think we had a lot of discussion about this, what exactly happened, so I don't know why.
Microphone, can't hear you.
Can't hear.
All right, well,
Turn it on.
should we say another discussion about this with the waterways?
From tonight. There was a memo put out by Cindy when we found out that we were going to have to do an estimate. The May bill was the actual reading, the July bill was an estimate, and September's bill was an actual reading. So the difference is the water usage. A lot of people didn't pay a high enough amount of bill for the estimate, so that's affecting some of their water bills. And as it was stated, that anybody who has a real extreme high water bill, or even a high water bill that they're questioning, we will put it in the books for Eric to go check the meter. And I know that we've been offering people payment plans on some of them. A lot of them are actual good readings. As Kevin said before, a lot of people have toilets running, water softeners, and the readings that we're getting are good.
Thank you. Anyone got a question for Jeff? Thank you, man. Let's go to number 5. Discussion of the
Straight to the point.
Halloween hour. No, don't have any?
What was the last year, 3 to 7? I think we should leave it as, has it always been 3 to 7?
Find that the question before we move on. Okay with that? All right, let's move to number 6, the water project update. Kevin?
I'm not sure why I'm on the agenda for water project update. The only thing I have to do is that we're on Conrad Electric, and currently, last I heard, last Tuesday, we are purchasing the equipment. So if we're purchasing the equipment, I'm not sure what the direction we're going in.
Where are we with the generator? Do we still have both there, or one dome? Where we at?
We do have both on site. One runs one unit, one runs the other unit in case of an emergency, a backup emergency. We get lose power.
I guess there's some discussion on some of that. Baxter might have some information on it.
Any questions for Kevin? All right. Let's go to Blackstone Woodland.
Thanks, Kevin.
Can't hear you. I did send an update to yesterday. I hope you are all that. I just use that as our outline of the update. First of all, we did submit plans for the air stripper units, what I call the permanent air stripper units over at treatment plant number 1, which is the main treatment plant. Those have been reviewed, and we do have a construction permit for those facilities as we speak. The IPA for to construction when we get the money and the other issues is out. So positive, that's been done. Number 2, as Kevin was saying, comment power has been connected to the treatment plant. You are running off the comment power at the plant. I have included a invoice from Linear Electric for $7,550 in the package here that I got authorized to from the mayor instead. So I would appreciate that invoice you gave from Linear Electric. They were the ones that did the common power connection. They did all the work, run the power line down, connect up the generator or the air stripper, put in the electrical box, do all of the required wire work. And Kevin was out there with Neil, who was being done, all people were out there being done, and they did a good job. I commend them for their effort on that. Now, just slow me down, and I will answer.
That's what you said now, you submitted a bill.
The bill is good. Yes.
And then you hope that it gets paid when?
That is up to you.
As soon as possible.
Okay. We're just recommending payment. We also had discussions with the EPA regarding the elimination of the generators now that we have comment power. We've also had discussions with them about possibly reducing the number of air stripper units that are out there. And if I'm not mistaken, Chris, they have tentatively agreed that 2 of the air stripper units and 1 of the generators may be able to be eliminated from that facility there. Is that correct?
Right. You have oversized facilities right now because they were intended to meet the summer demand. Now that we've moved out of summer and we're moving into winter, the demand is about half of what the capacity is. So we presented that to the IEPA and said that we would move the 2 smaller ones and keep the capacity for projected wintertime demand. And they agreed to it, tentatively agreed to it. So that will have the benefits of reduced rental costs as well as we have to winterize those air strippers when the new ones come. That will make that task easier.
Now, what we said tentatively, we asked for it in writing, and they said that they will have to go through the legal group to get it in writing. But they promised us that we probably sometime this weekend. Today is Tuesday, so we still expect to be back to them by the end of the week. They understand the situation that you are paying a lot of costs for these units, and if they're not needed, that they should be eliminated. So we, like I said, we hope to have your some guidance from them very soon.
No, okay. You're saying that we should, that the recommendation is to get rid of 2 or 3? 2 or 4, okay. With the other 2 that are there, are we looking to purchase those?
I have not been involved in that discussion at all.
I thought you were.
I'm not. I'm sorry. We are not aware of the discussion regarding the purchase of those units. I heard this talk, but I have not really been involved in that determination. If you have, and I'm not saying it's a good idea or a bad idea, I'm just saying that it may not be needed to, the first, if you are purchasing, it may not be needed to purchase as many as originally did, which is good.
Okay, now, my question, you mentioned winterizing. Have you guys looked at a completion date of how many?
We have, first of all, we need to determine what to winterize. We don't need to winterize all the units, it would be a big thing. We have also asked the equipment people, Schrader Environmental Company, to get their recommendation on how they would suggest that they winterize these units. They're units, they've done it before. I'm not sure if they've been out there or not, but they've been out there and they're putting together a proposal to us. What our proposal is, we'll review it, and then we will get our recommendation to you for further action. And yes, we are aware of the time it's colder. When my interesting perspective was wrong. My objective on time is we make sure that those units are properly winterized in 5 days. We've also had discussions with linear electric contractor out there about potentially winterizing the electrical stuff and the refrigerator connection also to keep those going. So it's in process. We hope to have something back to you very shortly. It is a high priority. Yes.
Are you looking at a building or are you looking at contract?
I'm not. Have you had any special administrator?
I have myself been working with one of our engineers on it, but the idea is now that we have the smaller units, that we could probably close down a temporary facility to winterize those. And then the question kind of gets into the devils and details about the rest of it. We can heat trace and do some other things. That's sometimes kind of tough with especially plastic water piping. But right now, it looks like it's going to be probably some sort of temporary enclosure, heated enclosure, at least for the main units, and then we have to figure out some of the other stuff. So it's a little bit of a work in progress.
We have the room for you to this temporary enclosure.
Especially now that the other units are going to be hopefully removed, we should. But it's a matter of getting it to kind of work while also still in service.
We're going to have to shut down at any time at all or remove the other unit?
I don't know. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping it's going to be something that we build over. We might have to put, probably I think what's going to happen is we'll have to use, of those 4 units, we might have to keep 2 of those running while we close the other 2 and shut them down.
If you have to shut down, I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, there'll be a plan to
You can share with us, check down with us, EPA, and is aware of this issue.
Anything else?
Yeah, I do have a question. We discussed this on your last bill. We went over a few things, but there was something I wasn't clear about. The consultant, the Illinois government consultant.
Can I?
Yes.
I have it on the list. I go to my agenda, and that is on my agenda. Yes, I will get to that. Number 4, I feel a loan application process. Thinking of that would be somewhat, last time of year, there's a long process and requiring many parts of the process. As I said, we have done some of that work. Project plan, which is an overall plan that needs to be approved, was submitted. We have received some comment back from the EPA regarding that plan. 6 issues. Actually, they were fairly minor issues, except for one is the financial considerations that we need to assist on. Now, they're asking some questions. And they need to be addressed now. It was our understanding that people associated with helping us with that, we had given them a lot of the information do we need to go on that? Do we need to go on the route we go through our own and protected people, these goals to provide us with information? We just need to,
As far as I understand, I have talked with Steve and some of them, I believe, but as far as I understand, we still employed with them.
okay, that's.
I will reach out to him tomorrow and see if he, does he have some concerns of what we need to do.
Okay, we were talking, and he was not replying to us, and not getting back to us of the concerns he had. So if you could do that, and all I have to say is, working with him, he was a very competent, very helpful person, knew his stuff, and was really a valuable part of the team because he wrote an application, and we need his help. Anything else over here, Chris, that you want us to talk about? Now, there is pre-purchase. Maybe I'll let Chris, I'll let Chris go over what we're proposing for pre-purchasing and some of the things to go over on that too. So, Chris.
Thanks. All right, so the pre-purchase option is for new equipment. I'm not talking about the stuff that's out there now, the purchase of that. That is not what I'm referring to. It's the purchase of new, specifically designed air strippers for the bus. These air strippers are custom built and they have a very long lead time, anywhere up to 4 to 6 months or thereabouts. And so, in order to get these installed as soon as possible, what we're asking is the idea is can we pre-purchase this equipment now, get it under contract and get it in fabrication so that by the time the loan process gets completed, and you guys go out to bid for installation, the two kind of meet up. And otherwise, if you go out and put a construction contract out and wait for the contract to order it, you could be well into next summer before those are installed. The IPA usually does not allow that when they have a loan package. They want everything done by the contractor and they'll reimburse. But in this case, in your case, they recognize that it's an emergency. They will waive that requirement. They've had us do some jumping through hoops to make sure that equipment has multiple quotes, that we get the best pricing, that their minority business enterprise requirements are at least somewhat met, and that we've basically done the homework here and trying to make sure that this is the right equipment and the lowest cost, because that is their general criteria. So they have given a conditional approval to pre-purchase this equipment. What it would require from you is a down payment on the total, which is about, at present, $60,000, to get the air stripper facilities and pumping facilities in fabrication. The remainder of the balance would then be paid, which is about $500,000, $600,000, when they're installed and delivered on site. And the hope is that by that time the IPA loan will be in play, you'll be reimbursed for it. However, one thing we need to advise is that that may not be the case. If the loan process is still dragged out and the two don't coincide, then you'll have vendors who will be wanting to get paid for the equipment they provided. So we're saying that we think this is a good plan to move forward with, but you should be advised that there's a little bit of cost up front, and there may be some significant cost when you receive the equipment if these two avenues we're pursuing here for you don't align. They should, but we're telling you the worst case.
I think the reason why we were pursuing this is that you are paying quite a bit of a month for rental, and anything that can be done to reduce the time it takes to install the program is cost savings to so we're trying to pursue this. And as I said, as Chris said, the EPA generally does not do this, but they gave us special compensation. They gave them special compensation to allow them to do this. The other thing that needs to be done is that the village attorney needs will be, but that's his decision. He may have to come back to you with a special, ordinance or something to really pass the process and stuff like that. It's a legal issue and not an engineering issue. And the EPA is just recommending that to put their own, case to the information. They have another problem with it. The problem here is that, we need funding to pay the equipment centers upfront, about $60,000 estimating, and then there may be a short period of time where you may fund the entire amount if it all doesn't come together. But the EPA will repay you all the money. There will be no problem with that once the loan is received.
You keep referring to if you know the two don't come together. What is some scenario that maybe we need to be looking out for? The village needs to be aware of.
You need to make sure that the loan application process continues on the schedule here. We need to get the loan application completed. We need the financial information all wrapped up by Mr. Sola immediately, as quickly as possible. We need to have scheduled a public hearing here. We need to get the project plan done. There are steps required in the loan application process that the EPA requires. And they're not giving us any leeway on short-stopping them. They are expediting all their reviews, but there are steps that you need to go through in order for them to give you this loan. And the reason why that is that the U.S. EPA, and this is federal money that's coming down, and the U.S. EPA has mandated upon the Illinois EPA to follow certain rules. So they need to do their best to follow these rules so that they will not jeopardize future funding for the state, just like any other funding program.
Who's responsible for to make sure the village know those steps and those dates there? You know.
We're working with the village on that. We are working with that. We're working with the village manager on that constantly. The project schedule is in the project plan that will take you to the
So now that we don't have a village man, so I'd like for you to work with me and make sure I keep the board abreast of where we're going to go. Those dates and those deadlines, if you think they're critical to this project, we need to make sure that we're on top of it.
We need to make sure we're on top of it. Yes. And that's more than that. It's very important, very critical that you take it.
Okay, we're keeping it abreast of it.
I do have a question. Now, you gave me the scenario about the pre-purchase of the new airstrip. If we were to go with the route with the old ones, the ones that we have in place right now, is there any numbers there? I mean, I don't know about upfront costs because we still have to pay them. We have to pay them from August 22nd up until now. We have to pay them. So that's money we have to pay right now. Now, with that expediting thing, we kept the existing airstrippers right there where we have them. I'd like to see at least see some figures how much that would be versus, because I know it's going to cost something to remove and to reinstall. I know that's going to cost. You got to retrofit or whatever you have to do, and so when you're going to remove some, but now the long-term effect is if we get Lake Michigan water, all this is going to be gone. So we got to either sell back the airstrippers to whoever will buy them or eat them or whatever, but when we do get Lake Michigan water, all this will be, it'll be gone, we'll have to get rid of it. So that's what I'm asking is, can I get some figures, how much it would be if we kept the existing ones, as you stated before, we would need four, we need two, kept them until we're able to get Lake Michigan water, be able to still build up our revenue so we can qualify to get, to get Lake Michigan water, show it that we can afford Lake Michigan water. And then I don't know if we have to enter into a contract to pay $400,000 or $500,000. I don't know what that would entail, but I just wondered if there's some way that we can look into that also. That would really expedite things because they're already here on site installed. All we have to do is build a building around them versus taking what we have in there right now away, bringing something back in.
I can respond.
Sure.
I'll try to refute two of the things. all, we did do, and I talked about that last time, I think I said, the mayor and, I imagine the trustees have seen that, do an analysis of keeping and trying to use the existing units, and we showed that that was, what, 2.5 times more expensive. Number two, the existing units, if you do purchase those, you have to understand that you cannot get an EPA loan to purchase those. They will not allow a loan to purchase those existing units because you have not gone through the proper procurement methodology that they require. And like as I said, the cost is a lot higher to keep those existing units for a long-term loan.
So they're forcing us to go out to purchase new units?
They're forcing us to go out and get competitive quotes for different pieces of this equipment. And we have shown that it's more expensive to update these units, or upgrade these units to make it a permanent facility. You have to realize, these were put in as a temporary emergency situation. The EPA will not permit those as a permanent installation. You need to do a lot of other things. We've shown that that's going to be a lot more costly than putting in a new unit, which is, first of all, a lot more efficient. It can be put outside. It doesn't need to be put into a building. So we're not talking about building a building So right there, you're saving the cost on that. It's my opinion, and I think I tried to show you and your attorneys that fact that for a long-term solution here, it is much, much more expensive to purchase those existing units and try to keep those in place than to put in a new unit. And if you keep on that path, it's going to delay the entire process. It is my strong feeling.
And you ready to put that in writing then? I mean, because reason why
I will put it, I don't have a question. We have put it in writing. I don't know what I want to do. I get we need to, now, the other point of that may be the point here, I'm not sure if this is the reason why you're thinking about purchasing those units. There may be a valid case to purchase those units and then sell them back later. I don't know if that's a reasonable scenario. Is that what you're talking about? And I am involved with that, but I thought that was the case. That you're just purchasing them for a few months here until you get the new units in place.
I was really looking at if once we get them, and now you're telling me something I know that IEPA didn't warrant these units. They didn't certify these units to be permanent. Okay, I mean, they put them in, they have them put in, but now all of a sudden now...
They put them in because they realized that you had an emergency situation.
Correct.
They had to do anything they could as quickly as possible. And to give them the credit, I mean, they turned this around in
right.
Two. I mean, I was amazed how quickly they did get them up and running, but they did not install it as a permanent, winterized, long-term solution.
But now, if you get new units, they're going to still have to be put in after the winter, correct?
No. During the winter, what we were shooting for is January, February. They haven't done. It is a very easy proposition to install these units. All that basically has to be done in terms of the installation is to pour a slab, do some piping and electrical work, and then set these two units on the slab and connect them up and we're ready to roll. No, I mean, that's why what we're proposing is so advantageous to it. Now, if you use those existing units, it becomes a whole lot of other engineering questions. How do you make them permanent? How do you enclose them? How do you keep it operational if you're building? Gosh, I'm thinking of moving all around too. Our plan is we're going to build it at another location on the same site. Keep those other units that you have operational, and then when the new units are on, you return the temporary units and you run your way.
That each trustee gets the breakdown, you know, let's see, anybody else saw the breakdown? Everybody had a breakdown, should have gotten a breakdown that Steve submitted, that his figure as opposed to the new, the old one and the
And I guess one of the biggest cost differences in the efficiencies in the car are for the existing units versus the existing units use 80 horsepower, we're looking at using 8. So you're going to save a lot of money on electricity. How much? Depending on how long you use. Until you get like Michigan water. Hopefully it's only 2 years, but it could be 2 to 5
But
years.
the only reason I was asking is because I'm looking at entering into, okay, 60,000 up front. Then, because you got to take into consideration, we still owe approximately 100 and some thousand right now to trade. We owe that. Okay, now we're looking at another 60,000. Then if you go forth and we're still in back and forth with IEPA trying to get the loan, they're going to want a payment based on $600,000. I would say $600,000. When they're going to want it, I don't know, but we have to enter into an agreement stating that even if we don't get the money from IEPA, we still have to pay them. I mean, I understand that right now we're paying what we can with Schrader. Now we enter into another agreement, and then we still have to. I just have a problem with, because eventually we're going to get rid of these, hopefully, at one time, and then bring Lake Michigan water in. Now, my last question. When we do purchase these, from whoever we purchase them from, yes. No, the new ones, the ones that you're talking about. Can we have some type of buyback program?
We can ask them that, but my first thought is that you're not going to see a big return on those. I mean, you're not going to get 50 cents on a dollar or anything like that. You get a penny on a dollar. I'm afraid. I'm not going to say that, oh yeah, you're going to get a lot of money back from me. I doubt you're going to get much back. And that's something you have to take into consideration.
Okay. But the savings over the period of time is that much significant though, isn't it? Even though you're not going to get as much back through the buyback program. But what we save in,
you're going to save a lot of money in terms of the upfront cost. It's going to cost you a lot more to house those units and to purchase those existing units and pipe them than it is to go with brand new.
get rid of the old unit, and like do the old wells.
Basically, you hold on to those units, existing units for a year, plus winterization. At the current rental rates, you're talking about $1 million. For $1 million, you can put in the new ones and have it done. So it's kind of, for your consideration is, if you're thinking about using these, you don't recommend, but you are, then the assessment has to be ones like Michigan Water coming. And if it's 5, 6 years, that's a consideration. So that's why we feel that it's best to move forward with this, considering the uncertainties going forward.
Okay, because that's another cost which I'm sure we got to add into the water rates. That's another cost we would have to add into the water rates. No, the purchase price.
That's in the loan of
Okay. Oh, it's in probably 7.5. And now you sure that's you sure they'll do that too? Are you pretty sure that they'll go ahead? You said that they wouldn't go with the ones that we currently have.
Oh, no, we have been in our discussion with the ITA. They're on board to fund the pre-purchase of this new equipment. That's why we're bringing it to you tonight. We have it in writing. They have, as we said, they have gone to their higher ups and have gotten to me from their higher ups that they will be allowed to do this. They have not, in my experience with the IPA, has never allowed this to happen before, but in your case, they are, they're better than doing so. So it's a good thing.
So you're suggesting that we take this directive and to have it on the agenda for approval on Tuesday?
I think we need to talk with the financial people a little bit to make sure that you have the funds available to give yourself a short-term loan of $60,000. I mean, that's where we're at.
We just said that we can deal ourselves alone.
That's what you basically need. You have to have the money to do it. And you will get paid back from the EPA loan on this. I mean, you need to have a short-term funding.
You heard the budget part, right?
That's why I say, that's why I say.
Oh, you heard that, okay. You were sitting there when we were talking about
I
it.
heard it all.
Any other questions? We're still, put it on the agenda, we'll see what, Steve, finance director is still, our advisor is still on board. I understand from them, so we can work with you on this and see what we got in place. Along with that.
Trustee, you also asked about the overlay
I was told that no one from the village requested that. That I was told that it was you that went out to hire them, but the village was not. The village, I'm sorry, I was told that no one from the village requested that person or that group be hired. That it was someone that you hired. Okay, but she's not here to, she's
At the
not.
last meeting, you asked about what they actually were doing now. They are a government consulting agency. I sent the status report of what items they had done and completed in the last couple of months in my package to everybody.
I mean, no, I didn't get that. So what, ICG out there?
Yes, and my question to you is, today is, do you want us to continue with them or not? It was at your request that we do, we have a month-by-month contract with them, where we can terminate for the 30 days, and, but I guess what I'd ask you to do is, first of all, read over what services they were providing and see if those are services that you still would require from the village.
Okay, because.
I've read what they've done. In my opinion, it's a waste of time, money, and resources. Because we've got funds sitting over there, contractors doing anything, and somebody signed a contract with this company for $8,500 a month. And according to the contract, that's a year contract. And
It is cancelable. Trustee, I will make sure of that.
the other concern I have is the village manager did not have the authority to bring on this consultant. They had supposed to have the board, and this consultant was there about before this board. And again, we knew then we had Buzz, so why would we pay someone $8,500 a month when Buzz can do everything that they did here? The other question I have is, who's giving them information? Who wasn't giving the information? I mean, they gave a report. Last email we received.
I have not received the information.
No, I know.
And I'm being honest with you. They were assisting the village manager on
Well, here's the problem I have. Is the last email I received, the board received from you, said that this Phyllis would not return your phone calls from this IGCI. And all of a sudden now, we've got a invoice dated 10/10 for $8,500 with a bunch of items supposedly that they did, that this village board has not seen any proof of. There's no time, the amount of time that they spent doing this work. And again, who brought them on? And again, we received an email showing that the village manager instructed you to bring this group on, this consultant. But this consultant is not approved. This consultant never came before the village board. This consultant has not reached out to the village board about this information. We're just now getting what they said they did with no proof of dates, times. I guess they got some dates in there somewhere, but no time, the amount of time that you do this. And are you receiving this information that they supposedly did?
We, at the last board meeting I was here, you would ask me the same questions, and I requested that they send me, as much information as they could regarding what they were accomplishing.
Right, on 10/10.
So the contract was with you or with the people at the village?
What it is that we included it in our contract with the village, but we hired them.
Under the direction of the village manager.
Yes.
And they're not giving you any information. So when you hire, they're not even giving you information because they refuse to return phone calls.
Well, they haven't returned my phone call. They, when I called somebody that requested this information, and, it was on, when we met September 20th, approximately, 15? 20, well, last meeting, the 18th, though. We met the 18th, and that's when I requested information, and received the document.
Again, I think this is a waste of time and money.
And I need more direction from you, whether we should cancel that immediately, and we will take direction from obviously, the village. We were specified originally, we did it in the cancellation process. We should have canceled, we will do that.
Well, why don't we pay $800 a month when we've got Bud who can come in and help us out? And he does a fantastic job.
Well, I think that we're.
And he works with you, but it's not true.
And now I do.
What's important though too is because she came in September. And that was gonna be my question because.
Here in August.
No, you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You guys, when we first talked about it, that was in September. I remember, stating that we needed to not go further. That we need to see the invoices of what they've done up until that point, but we needed to not go further. And their last date on here is October 5th, which means they were still doing things on October 5th, and I think that's a problem. I only see one invoice for, this was the month of October. So I don't know, are they just billing for?
They bill on a monthly basis.
And we've already received one bill, which was it.
I believe that that's been a partial bill for July or September or partial for August. I think there's been 1.5 hours.
There's been 1.5 hours. Okay.
Well, one partial, I should say.
Okay.
I think they're a partial.
Which the last one we didn't pay. Because we're looking for it to get the shit.
So 9 hours, nothing's been paid out.
Right.
And I think that, I thought the board made it pretty clear that we want to stop all future back in September. So I'm not sure why we've got invoices for October 1st, 2nd, for 2 on the 5th, September 24th, September 25th, which were 9. And it says, first they were presented as a public relations firm, and now we're looking at, it says on here, we're looking at our financial requirements, we're looking over budgetary stuff, ordinances, not sure where they got this, where they got the ordinance review, I don't know if they saw it online, or how they're getting this information, but they're not contacting the board. And I think something else that we talked about the last time we were here was the importance of the board meeting information, because you don't get it. And I see you sent this email to Mike Graff, and then he in return sent it to us.
What email are you bringing?
I got this email from you as to village clerk, Mike Graff, the mayor, and Bud Mason, and it's got the status letter and stuff that you wanted to.
Yes, I sent that, and I sent it to the clerk for the request and we take all of those.
And our attorney sent it to us, but I think if you don't have our contact information, maybe we can get that to you so things can be emailed to us. You obviously have an email list, and it's including 2 attorneys, village clerk, the mayor, and Mr. Mason, and I think that the board needs to be included in that.
I would ask that if you can clarify the communication chain here, I will be happy to send it to the clerk. My preference is that be more than there. That would be easier. I would prefer doing that than to keep the chain of communication proper. I will take your read on that, and I'll do anything that I wish, but it makes my life a lot simpler.
I'm almost.
I had one person deal with it, but
If you pass it on to the clerk, I'm almost sure the clerk will pass it on to.
that is how I would prefer working with I had originally thought the Chamber of Communications with the mayor, if the mayor, if I would need to go to store, I would do that, but before we went to the center, every board member each time, it did come to that, and a lot of additional work and problems. Oh, I'm saying I've done work with the program, but that's all right. If that creates a problem for you, let me know. I will.
I'm just saying, and I'm not sure what actual work is at 614, 508 to an email list, and we're 2012. But the last time you had one central person where information went through, we didn't get it. So, you said that you sent stuff to the village manager.
Thank you.
We never saw it. So, if the village clerk, okay, so we're going to go through her. What if we're not getting anything from the village clerk? That's why I always say it's easier.
I'm joking.
I mean, I'm not saying that I think I would get whatever the village clerk got. But what I'm saying is what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If I thought that there was a problem with the village manager passing that information, who am I to say that there could not be a problem with the village clerk?
I'm understanding your concern here, but I also, the communication going the other way is also a concern of mine. I do not think it is in the best interest of our company or the village to be receiving instructions from 7 different people. I want a communication going one way to the village and back one way from the village to us. It was, we can operate when we're receiving communication from the community. I want communication one way over. And I hope you understand that. Because, and you're saying somewhat the same thing. I think we're saying the same thing in some ways. And if it's easier for us to communicate to all of you, I would like to do the same we will do it. But I do want to make sure that we do not have communications going the other way. Who is our point of contact at the village regarding this matter? The mayor said that on the UPA loan process is him, the communications is pro. And we will follow that chain of command.
Well, the attorney can be included also.
Well, the attorney always included.
Yeah, the attorney should always be included, because they're the ones that have to tell us what ordinances we have to pass, and things need to come up.
They always included everything that is set out.
So the influx of information will go to the village clerk, who will then pass it on, and then if we have a concern or something we'd like to communicate back to you, we are supposed to go to the mayor, which would then convey that concern to you, and then that certain trustee will get confirmation of that relaying of the information.
That's how I would prefer doing it, yes.
And we're all under the same idea, that if we receive something, we email it to you, and then you will include us in the email to them. I'm sorry.
No problem.
I just clarify if you wanted to send email about all the trustees.
No, I mean.
If it's all right with you, I mean, we will, but I can say, the line of communications and the chain of command here is very important in my mind. It keeps things going in one direction, in the right direction.
Well, it's not a problem until they're in a problem. So-
I guess the other question is, getting back to IGCI, I will call them tomorrow and tell them what your pleasure is. What is that pleasure? Cancel. Is that pretty much a consensus of everybody?
Yes.
Okay. I will do that as a problem. Also, then getting on, we have some invoices that we have submitted in the past. One dated August 23rd, the other one September 19th. I was just wondering about the status of those invoices and whether what's the intent of getting those paid. I have to admit, you got to pay this guy like here on a daily basis or a monthly basis too, so that we can cash flow going and getting those paid in the future. We have submitted those to August 23rd. I
I'll be happy to. I don't have, you have not seen me either.
This was for October, you haven't seen it.
Oh, but, well, on my email on Monday, I think I said all of them. Didn't I,
List balance is total invoices 23.
The most recent one that I just submitted, was, maybe I did not get all of them, but I will resend them to the building. Who do you want me to send this to? Should I send them to, the clerk directly, or to,
Mike, if you send, you can send them to, you can say here, I want to, you can send them to me, I want to make sure that I send them to
Would you like me to provide hard copies of everything? If you resend all, I will make hard copies and put it in everybody's box tomorrow. Because emails get a little difficult to keep track of, and it's a lot easier. I will make hard copies. Not a problem.
okay. But I did send them in previous documentation to my back and forth, and draft, or those are included in that also.
Anything else?
And that's all I really have on the update road. I appreciate your consideration of this. I guess in summary, I think we've made a lot of progress on our own application and the EPA process. We just got a couple of hurdles to get over, and I think things will fall into place pretty quickly. However, the biggest hurdle is the financial data that we require. So we will contact Steve Stoller tomorrow and have him finish up his work there. We get that information. I think we're rolling into the past.
You're welcome to email also letting or know that they have to cancel their.
I will do that. I will send that to, I'll send that off. All right. Anything else to say? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Move to number 7, discussion of the board meeting education, microphone, property, board comments.
Thank you. First of all, I've been receiving lots of complaints that the board members are not using their microphones. I've made every effort I can to get microphones back and forth on this end. We're lacking a little bit on that end, but actually I'd like to request at least 2 more microphones and 2 more stands because it's really not working out where we need to pass the mic back and forth. I think we should be able to try to have 2 mics on each table. And when we're on the dais, it's not a problem because there's mics in front of you. But they're saying in the audience they still cannot hear you because you don't speak into the mic or you're sitting back like this. There's a mic there, they're not hearing you. You either need to project into your mic, pull the mic forward, pull yourself forward, whatever the case may be. It's becoming a problem, and I can relate to the audience because, believe it or not, when I'm doing the minutes and I'm listening to a tape, there are some people I cannot hear even if they're using their mic. So we're trying to make a point of this, and several audience members have made a point before. I've made a point before, but I think that number one, what we need to do is to ask Kevin to order 2 more mics. I'm asking the board to consider that, and 2 more mic stands for committee meeting nights, where most of our discussion takes place. We have to be able to, the audience has to be able to hear what we're discussing and what we're voting on the following week. So that's the biggest priority. I'd like a little consensus from the board, if that's a problem, or can we ask Kevin to proceed with that? Kevin, are you still there? Scott? You can get a price in your box for Friday. I think it's fairly inexpensive, a couple, maybe a few $100, but it's worth it. Okay, I get a lot of complaints. You guys don't get it. I do. I get it. Even though I don't need a mic, I get complaints. That's the first thing. The second thing is copies have been questioned. How many copies are on the back table every meeting? The village manager and I had discussed this on several occasions in the past, how every Wednesday I go to the back table and I end up throwing away lots of copies of agendas, minutes, and sometimes the minutes can be as much as 7, 8, 10, 12 pages long, and it's not cost effective to continue to print a lot of copies that I'm going to end up throwing away the next day. Also, our copy machine is on its last leg. And when I say that, I mean that sincerely. So we've actually stopped making a lot of copies. We've been cutting back where we can. I don't even make as many copies as the Sauk Talk. It's basically as needed. The front office always has a copy of the Sauk Talk. The library has a copy. We don't really make as many copies as we used to. Sherry is looking into the cost of replacing our copy machine. But in the meantime, what the village manager and I decided to do was we came up with a number. Well, apparently that number is not pleasing to the audience, so I would like a direction from the board. How many copies of agendas and minutes and accounts payables would you like me to have on the tables? Because I'll do whatever the board directs me to do. That was a number the village manager and I came up with, but apparently it's not pleasing to the audience. We were working with 35, assuming that if two people coming together, husband and wife, or family members coming together, they would share, and that's what we started with. Originally, I was doing 50, but I was throwing many pieces of paper away the next day, and we do have to pay for our copies. We only have so many copies per month that we're allowed on our agreement. We end up paying per page after that. It's costly for the paper, for the toner, for the damage to the wear and tear on the machine, and for the per page that we have to pay. So I'm not going to make that decision. I'd like direction from the board how many copies I should put out.
Lord have mercy.
Well, and here you say that there are 51 people in the home, not 50.
50 left already.
There are 50, now there's 50 people in the room. I think we start out with 50 for a month. You have a justifiable amount of time. If we make the 50 and they're not used and we know that we're throwing away X amount of pieces of paper, we can calculate that that's us throwing away this amount of dollars, then we have a justification. And residents need to just understand that we don't know. There have been a lot of hot button items where a lot of people have come out. There have been meetings where there's been hardly anybody here. So it's not something that we can gauge. But I think for the time being, at least until, say, December 1st, we could look and see exactly how many we've thrown away if we start with 50 copies.
We currently are on a maintenance contract with the copy machine, and I think Sherry's gone. She's actually the one that's looking into it as far as what we can do to either upgrade our machine or purchase a new one. But we do have a maintenance agreement at this time.
Would you look into also getting a password or some type of where we could monitor the copy machine?
Microphone.
She's looking into that also. I'm sorry, we're sharing one.
My question was, can we get a monitoring device, a password, or something that we can be able to know how many copies are being made by who or whatever? Like we have cash cards, you can probably get a copy of a card or something that you'd have to put in to use the copy machine.
I believe that's part of what Sherry's looking into, either upgrading our own machine, current machine, and including that password, or getting a machine that already has that capability. The last thing on item number 7 is board comment periods. There's also been several complaints about the audience not being able to speak at the end of board meetings. At committee meetings such as tonight, it's very clear, it's open agenda items, any items anybody would like to talk about. But on board meeting nights, it's become a problem. People are complaining that they're not able to speak about anything that they want to talk about at that particular time. This is something the board decided to do, I don't know, during this administration or previous administrations. The thing is that we only can address board items that are on that particular board agenda. And people are complaining that we're not sticking to that we're talking about in audience periods, we're talking about things that are unrelated to the actual agenda items, but things that may have been discussed throughout the meeting. So I'd like clarification from the board. I'm just letting you know of complaints that I've been receiving. Are we sticking to only the agenda items on the agenda for discussion, or anything that comes out of the conversation during the board meeting? And that's for the board to please make a decision, because I have received several complaints.
On my regular board meeting, it should be just agenda items on it. That all should be discussed with the public comment. Should be addressed. That's those items that's on the agenda. The committee meeting, that's the meeting that is set aside to answer any question that you want to talk about.
So if things happen during the meeting that are not specifically on the agenda, but were brought up in a board report, or somebody happened to discuss something that happened that is not open for discussion when it comes to agenda items. Just for clarification, just so I can let people know when they call to complain that that's what the rules are for the board.
Okay, let's move to Skyline Disposal Company Incorporated. There's a transition period. As of October the 5th, 2012, Skyline was sold to Allied Waste Transportation, to a company out of Maryland, I believe, Delaware. As far as right now, nothing has changed with the agreement with the village through whatever the agreement that Skyline had with the village. That same agreement carried over with Allies Waste Transportation. Most of the employees that were with Skyline still stayed on with this company. We still see Skyline trucks are the ones still handling our waste and everything through the village. But there's no longer a regular Skyline company anymore. Comments? We probably should look into, because I know with our last contract with Skyline was in 2011. I don't know when that agreement is up. Yeah, so we may have to sit down with the new company and try to negotiate some other new agreement.
Skyline's agreement, and you guys take a look at it, but it was every year, every percentage it goes up based on something I can't remember what, but we try to get evidence. We would just constantly register renewing it every year. They would send us a letter and let us know it's time. That's by ordinance.
So we need to look at that. I thought it was a certain period of time.
For that ordinance, let's see what we have, the date, and maybe we sit down with the people of Allied and see some other type of agreement to go into that. Okay, any other comments about Skyline? Okay, let's move to the public comments. Anything that's on the agenda, not on the agenda, anything that you want to talk about?
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 points that I'd like to bring forward today. First of all, I'm already in the crew. Speaking at one point on behalf of the Beautification Committee, and next time it will be on behalf of the Human Relations Commission. Relative to beautification, I just would like to remind you, the trustees, and all of the people within my hearing voice that we're going to be out Sunday, October the 21st, from 10 o'clock to 12 with Living Springs Church. And I invite each and every one of you to come out. Well, probably not each and every one, because that would be overkill. But if we could get at least 10 volunteers to come out to work with the Living Springs Church, that would be wonderful. We will be working right outside in our municipal complex. And just so that you know, the Beautification Committee has been assessing some of the bushes and everything that's at the community center, it's at the police department, and we will be whacking some of those bushes down. I just wanted to give you some notification that that is what we're intending to do, but we definitely could utilize some assistance as we do that. Moving toward the Human Relations Commission, a couple of months ago, I came before the board and I made a request to be included in the budget so that we could develop a residence handbook. I was then asked to come to a budget meeting, make a presentation. I did that, and I thought it was sort of favorable, even though, I know that it was not promised. But then you gave me a homework assignment, and you know me, I do my homework, being a former teacher and all, I know the importance of it. So I went back, and I secured 3 competitive bids from printers. I developed a formal proposal for you, as you requested, and then you didn't meet. So I was never given an opportunity to present the proposal. However, I was on the website not too long ago and I was reviewing the budget, and unless I missed something, it was not even entertained in the budget. And I'm not certain what your protocol is when you ask someone to present something to you, and then if you have a change of heart, what is the protocol for coming back to that person or to that body, letting them know that it didn't fly, give it up. Know that, I have the 3 bidders on hold, and I still did not want to go back to them because I figured that in order to talk to them, it was really predicated on a formal response from you. So, can I expect that?
Yeah, real quick, can you get something to write into her that the board actually denied her increase request? I think
No, this wasn't for the increase. This was for the entire 3,000 that was never in the budget, but it was to the resource handbook. So I would like that.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Jackie Blaze. I live on Clyde Avenue. A lot of my friends here know I was robbed on Sunday. There were a lot of robberies on Sunday and a lot of robberies on Saturday. I hold you responsible and I hold Fox responsible. There are no police on our street. It's kind of pathetic when you have 2 police officers on Sunday from 7 to 4. While they were in my house, they got 2 more calls of people getting their houses broken into on the other side of the village. We need police and we need them now. I also need the street light repaired on my street. It's been out for 2 years.
Wow.
Any answers to this?
Well, the first time I heard anything about the street, I mean,
Oh no.
have you given that information to Kevin?
Over and over and over.
And what's the address again?
22425 Clyde. It's right on the bend. The street light was removed 2 years ago. And when are we getting more police? They kicked in my back door. I foiled them. They were still in my house when I came home. I came through the front door, they went out the back door. I was lucky. Another friend was not so lucky. They beat the crap out of him and took their merchandise down the sidewalk because they know there's no police. What are you going to do about this?
Well, the board is going to look into getting more police officers on the street.
Talk in the mic.
I better see some because they're not done. They'll be back.
I 217th Street. My question is, do we live in the hills of Afghanistan? I cannot get a pizza, which I know is not really an issue, but I cannot get a pizza delivered. I have out-of-town guests from Europe. I like to treat for a pizza. 5 pizza places will not deliver in Sauk Village. Now, I stand here, I get pizza in Sauk Village. Where do you live? Why is it that we cannot get anything delivered? I heard that the Chinese gentleman was robbed a few days ago. It's scary in this village. I mean, I'm afraid. I walk to school. I walk to where I work every day, and I'm kind of getting afraid. I haven't even tried to ride my bike, and I'm afraid I carry a knife with me because I am afraid to be in this village. I mean, I just feel bad. I mean, a pizza's nothing compared to these people with, burglaries. And I understand we got this big water issue. I totally understand that, but why isn't our street safe?
Well, our streets are not safe because we don't have enough police officers on the street.
So in other words, you're saying like the gangs are running us. We're not running the town. I mean, I don't understand. Like I said, I'm usually a quiet person, but it just scared me that people can't come visit us because they're afraid. And I'm not just talking about a pizza person. I'm talking about, I have friends that won't come to Sauk Village to visit. I mean, I have an issue with my street. Thank God my street is fixed. I can't, I didn't have people because of that. But now because they read this, we're always in the newspaper. Like I said, Mr. Burgess over there, he wants to bring in people to help us, to help our town with new businesses. My husband doesn't understand, how can we not get new businesses here? I don't understand. Am I wrong? No. I mean, I'm just confused. I'm not one, like I said, I'm not normally a spokesperson or anything, but it was just, I just was shocked when Ayuchos. We made Ayuchos here in Sauk Village, and they were to Dyer, and they said, there's too much crime. And I said, crime happens everywhere. Okay? I called beggars. Oh no, we don't live in Sauk Village. I called Doreen's. We don't live in Sauk Village. The other one I can't think of, the one on the corner, I can't think of, Zuni's. We don't live in Sauk Village. What's I mean, you can't drink the water in Sauk Village, but I can't get food delivered to Sauk Village. I mean, I'm confused. No problem.
Before we have I'm trying to wait for comments and questions from the trustees, and I just want to point out that we have two number 10s, so we're just going to, this meeting be after this. Okay.
My name is Dolores Brady, and I live on 224th Place. A lot of people are talking about the high water bills. Well, if you have children, how many of them were out in the front yard or the backyard with the tap on, or with the sprinkler going and playing all day long in the water? This is one of the many ways our water bills were high. Mine was high because I watered my grass and I wanted to save my plants. I am not complaining. But those of us that did get an extra high bill, stop and think, did your children or grandchildren playing with the water without your permission to turn on and have it on all day? That's one thing. Reason I say that, my daughter lives in Dyer. They had Chicago water. Unbeknown to her, her daughter had left the water running all night. She had a sky-high bill. And she took it out of her daughter's savings to teach her a lesson. So many of us should do the same. Check on our own households to see if they are spending our money unnecessarily, like the water bill. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Cortez Stewart. I volunteer at the community center, and I've been volunteering there for about almost 2 years now. I brought in a couple of programs and I'm trying to bring in a couple more. One is the performing arts. And from my understanding, I thought that when I bring in programs, you know, it's basically free for me to bring in programs, but me trying to bring in performing arts, Mr. Mayor, you're trying to charge me to have practice with these kids so we could put on a music or a play, and I was wondering why.
Hold on, wait a minute. Say that again, that's how you charge for what?
You're trying to charge us like $100 deposit to use the center for a program. And I was wondering why is that when it's a program that I'm bringing in for the children?
Well, if you're talking about the play, you talking about the play?
It's a play that we're putting on at Perry State, but we're using the facility for practice. Sauk Village kids and Sauk Village residents. It's a program.
You have to remember, I didn't know anything about this. When I know anything about it, when I come there, you nowhere around, nobody around. I don't know what is going on. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish. When I come up here, and I get it from not only the residents, that somebody was in the community center and they did this and they destroyed. Let me finish. I'm gonna allow you a chance to finish.
But you about to tell a lie when you about to tell a lie. For one, my keys was taken away over 2 months ago. So you can't say I'm let anybody in the center.
But I didn't say you. I said you was not there.
But how my keys got so
But
much?
all I'm saying, when I come up there, I see a bunch of people in the community center. I don't know who they are. I see a bunch of people in the community center. Nobody has a schedule. I don't have a schedule on it. I don't know who the people are. All I'm asking for direction. Tell me what kind of schedule you on, when you're going to be there.
I gave you that. And I told you what we were doing. And
You gave me a mouth. You gave me your mouth.
I did not give you my mouth. I gave you that.
You ain't give me no schedule.
I told you what we were doing.
You gave me
I told you what we were doing. Here's the gentleman right now. I told you what
Did you give me something in writing?
Yes, we did. And you said we need $100 deposit.
No, I didn't. I hadn't told you anything. I said go to and fill out an application just like everybody else. If that's what the requirements are, that's what the requirements are.
$100 deposit.
For anybody that uses the community center. That's always doing that.
How was basketball? I have basketball. That's a program I'll do that for basketball.
If any outside agency or company using the community center, they fill out an application just like everybody else.
How was it outside with Sauk Village residents? Me and this gentleman here was a Sauk Village resident. How's that outside?
Then you have to fill out an application just like everybody else.
So I got to do that for basketball too?
No, not for basketball.
So what's the difference?
Because this is a different program. This is in the community center. You're using the community center. You have to fill out an application just like everybody else.
How is it different from basketball as a program and a performing arts program? How are those two different entities? That makes sense what you're saying.
The performing art program is going to be handled over here at the community center?
You said what now?
Is it being handled over at the community center?
The practices are just like basketball practice.
So I'm saying,
the play is going to be at Prairie State College.
So you saying, tell me that you get an organization that's holding a practice over here to have a program over here, I don't want to fill out an application.
Why we have, if it's a performing arts program, like basketball is a program.
Who knows that the program is over there? Do we have anything?
From my understanding, you're the one that said you brought it to the village. And what did we do?
I'm saying nothing about this program to the village.
That's what I heard, that you said you brought this to the village.
But here's the thing right there. I don't know anything about the program.
I said that one of the meetings I was told by several people in the audience that you said that you brought this.
Well, they told you wrong. I didn't know anything about the program until I saw it. It's over there.
So you didn't listen to this. No need not to be left after we got the sidebar with you. You didn't
That I brought that program over there?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. I did not say that. Never told me about it. I brought
the performing arts play.
No, I don't know that program here. I don't know nothing about that program. No, sir.
So a bunch of people just laughed.
Well, ask anybody to tell me that I said that I brought that program right now. Stand up and say it. Because I haven't told nobody I brought that program there. Didn't know anything about that program. I said, no, you're wrong too, trustee. Oh.
Thank you, Burgess.
Here we go.
I know nothing about that program. Not one thing that I know about that program.
What do you do about it now?
That's the sponsor.
So since it's a program, you're telling us now for this particular program, we have to pay a deposit.
I'm saying you have to fill out an application, just like everybody else in you.
And we tried to do that, and we went to Village Hall, and they stated they don't have no applications.
Well, hey, I don't run the building, the community center. Trustee Chavez was the last one that was here.
I gotta do it all.
I
didn't say nothing about the key. I didn't say nothing about the key.
But so I don't know anything about the program.
We tried to
all I understand that if you're gonna have something over there, you have to have a schedule, just like everybody else.
I said something, you said we need an application. I said we tried to fill out an application, but Village Hall said they had no application. Is that
I don't know anything about the application. I say go there and fill out one. If they don't have one, we'll try to make sure somebody has something. We'll try to make sure somebody.
So we need to, so what we're gonna do in the meantime, the program, we need to practice up there on Saturday. So we can't practice there?
I don't have a key. I don't have no key. They locked me out the community center. I don't have a key.
Should lock out the city, damn. You Don't worry, I'll pick it up.
I've been waiting here for 4 hours for my garbage. I'm ready to go home. I gotta work in the morning.
Exactly.
You can do public comments first, then get y'all stuff. And
Get all that.
My name is C. Harris, 217 Place, and I got a problem too on 217 Place with the lights. The light between 1605 and 1609 is out. Citizens have been calling the village for the last 3 months. Nobody came to fix the light. But I heard Calvin say today, he can go around to people's houses checking on water leaks, and he can't put in a light bulb. I got a problem with that. They shooting all up and down the block. It's dark. People scared to walk. The lights need to be on.
Well, here's my thing on that, sir. The trustee took all the department head and gave themselves the department. So who got the? You got it in the record. Each one of the trustees got a department head. Each one did. You passed it on and give this an ordinance. So
We're going to that.
one of y'all got the public work.
If the mayor has sanctioned it, that's fine, because we just talked about how there's no cops on the street, line out PD. So me and Chief Fox will have a conversation in the morning. If you want the trustee to talk to public works,
Listen, please, I didn't come up here to start an argument. This is what I want to tell y'all. These people is paying tax. They have a right to have light. It's crime prevention. It protects the police office, also the resident. Also the resident. And there's something else I want to say before I step down. Trustee Miles, this is what I want to tell you. I really respect the way you carry yourself in the meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say that the trustees never took any authority away from you. The trustees, all they asked was that the department heads would provide a weekly report to the trustees, and that's all they asked for, which is by ordinance, and the trustees have the right to ask for it. So there was nothing ever taken away from you at all. In fact, it was made very clear the night that it was passed, or she was left that night. And it was also made very clear when they overruled your veto that there was no power being taken away from the mayor was still responsible, and the department has been reporting to the mayor. All we did was break it down and ask that reports be given to the trustees, weekly reports, so we knew what was going on. Again, communication.
Yes, sir.
Just a second, Mr. Mayor, since you made the statement, Sid, where did you go? Sid.
Yes.
I will personally find out about your lights on 217th Street. I will personally find out about your lights on your block. I'll get back to you guys personally. I know where you live and I know where you live. I'll give you an answer. I'll let you know the schedule because I know they put the lights on a certain, in other words, they do lights at a certain time. And I'll give you an answer how long it will take and when they're going to actually do this. Because I have lights out in other places too. There are lights out too, and I've had asked questions. I don't know if we're going to do them all at one time, but I will make sure that I will get back to you personally when those lights will be put in, and you also, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to the board, Eddie Kimball, 217th and Peterson. First of all, I apologize to all these people who had been robbed in the break-ins. I know how it feels because my house was broken into twice since I've been in Sauk Village. And when I talked to the police at that time, or both of those times, they told me to handle the situation myself. Fortunately for them, I chose not to. So it's a shame when people walk around. If something happened to my wife and my daughters, that's going to be a very bad instance. Couple of things that I heard tonight. One, there was a comment that was made by Mr. Mohan. And before I get to that, I'd like to thank this gentleman here. Bud, is it? He's the only guy that ever comes out to our meetings and stay the whole meeting. Everybody else gets up and run out, and then the guy don't even want to pay him. Anyway. But thanks, because you're always here. When you're here, you stay to answer any questions. I personally appreciate that. Thank you very much. And that should be noted in our minutes too. Mr. Mohan made a comment saying that back in 2008, money was borrowed and there's no recollection of those funds. Unfortunately for him, he's not here to answer this question, but some of you all were not on that board in 2008, so I'm kind of interested in finding out that why is it that those numbers from before this administration took office are not in that report that we're waiting 9 months for. When I went to go see my CPA to do my taxes, the first time we met, it took him about an hour and a half. After that, it's about 15 minutes. And now, if we've had the same attorney or CPAs for 10 years, 5 years, 20 years, it's kind of interesting that it takes them 9 months to do numbers. That's the first thing. The second thing is, in regards to the clerk, I understand about waste of paper. Maybe the village can get Wi-Fi, and those of us who have devices that we can read the minutes and the comments and the agendas. We don't need paper. We can read it on our cell phones, our iPads, or whatever. That might be a way to save costs, and then we won't have to throw away as much paper, because there are meetings where you do go in the back and there's just paper everywhere. So that's a suggestion. I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there. But my last thing is, we talked a lot about water tonight. A lot about water tonight. And one of the flaws in the estimate, and I don't know who gave the mandate to do this, but when we estimated some of the village residents' bill, and then we turned around, charged them for the estimate, charged them for the actual reading, and charged them for their past reading, that was an injustice to those citizens. Now, it didn't affect me, so it did affect some. And that's something that should be brought out to those residents and given some, sorry?
Go ahead, time is up, go ahead. So, finish up.
Yeah, time was up 5 minutes ago for some other people too, but, so what I'm trying to get to is, maybe we can have a special citizen meeting where those people can come out and hear the presentation. Okay, thank you. I would like some answers though, while my time is up, so I'll wait until I get my answer.
Your answer on that we have some, I'm sure what your question
Police. Question about having a meeting for the village of Sauk Village where Mr. Bud and all of the presentators, the engineer, can come out like Mr. Bud did on a piece of paper. Because we're saying everything is online. There are senior citizens who don't have a computer. So how do they get the information? So why don't we put on the marquee when we come into the village, a special meeting, invite all the citizens that can come out, put something in the mail, let our citizens know, have a special meeting, because if we go up to $10 or $15,
you have empty bins.
so I'm just saying, I would like answers as from the board if that's something they think would be a good idea.
Another one, did you say something about you felt that the residents being double charged once they come out, read the meter, and come back up and give us, but you still want that much interest?
Well, my 3 minutes didn't go over 6 minutes like others, so.
I wrote it down, do you want to look into it?
Exactly that.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
John Hinkle, 1636 216th Place. I would hope that you would put in the Sauk talk or whatever, the possibilities of what the water may go up to. Don't leave it for a surprise for these people like you have when we voted for the water. It was not going to cost you nothing. All of a sudden, it's up to $7, going to go up to 10, might go up to 15. I would hope that the people in the village find out about that before it happens. How many people pay their water bill? Are we shutting people off now?
Yeah, but it's setting them up if they haven't made their water bill, yes.
I would look at the meters or the estimate. I may be wrong, but I would assume if you estimated the meter this month, you would read the meter next month, and it would even out to whatever it was. If you got overcharged and you didn't use the water, your bill would be low that month. I mean, common sense says that's what's going to happen. If it's high, I would look to the neighbor to have his water shut off, and they might run the hose over to the guy's house. It's not impossible. I would not doubt that at all. I gotta say, the chief of police. I would say about the only thing that guy's done in the village is gain 20 pounds. The candlelight or whatever, were there people allowed to vote on the water referendum? So in other words, that referendum is sort of not legal then because people were voting that they should have never voted. Is that right?
We don't know. This issue just came up about whether or not they will be able to use the lateness of water.
That goes down to what I've been saying a long time ago, is poor administration, very poor planning, the way this whole thing is set up. There's no one up there that's really running this thing the right way it should be run. You gotta have meetings, you gotta find out what's gonna happen. This year should have never been a surprise to you. People were, buying water from us. Someone should have questioned that a long time ago. I just don't understand the leadership in the village here. Last week there was a big doo about fire hydrants. Mr. Benson got up on his high horse, and I want to say he's saving real money, but wasn't it your $500,000 grant that you failed to sign that we lost that would have done for the fire hydrants?
I don't know anything about that.
Oh, yeah, see what
Is that fine? Oh, okay. Have fun on your job, Mr. Bear.
Wait.
1625. I want to recap on what Cortez was talking about. This is about our children. Children in Sauk Village that are arguing something, not even inspired by our leaders. This young man grew up in Sauk Village, grew up here, went to our schools, trying to get something that we used to have still going on. I can't believe that it's being ignored. That's a good guy. One of the last you're going to have because you're not trying to help him. J.R. is a resident of Sauk Village, trying to put on something where we can take pride and go, yeah, we got more than bad news coming out of Sauk Village. Because that's all we got. Every day, something else in the newspaper. Any names? Any names? I'm a little bit disappointed. And Mr. Mayor, you of all people, ran on the choice was clear, very wrong. To where the children were important. Dean was prevailed over in the community center for the basketball. I've watched you day in and day out. You acted like you were real interested. This man is telling you, asking you not to act like you're interested, to help these kids. So we can go, I knew that kid, because believe me, a lot of kids come up to me and go, are you the mayor? I go, no, that's that other guy. See, and I look at it, well, I expect the board to stand up for this also. I mean, like, I might understand your fight, but believe me, you seem to be making a lot of mistakes. Ain't nobody pointing it out. But baby, you ain't showing right. And that's wrong. Stand up for something right. Don't look at, well, I don't know. If you don't, you should have known you've been there long enough. Come on now. All these kids go to church. I expect you to be over there going, maybe you ought to sing in another pitch. I expect you to be watching me like the basketball. I appreciate the pop. Mr. Benton, I'll just give him the compliment on saying that he made a mistake years ago with basketball. That guy knows nothing but basketball. Volunteer. That's a real one. He don't play like he's an elected something. He don't play like he's a volunteer that's getting paid. He does it because he loved the position of helping children. Because that's what was there for him when he came up. Or something was something else. Because it sure is something else now. You have a nice day, Mr. Mayor.
You have a nice day, Mayor.
I always do. I know where I'm going next year. I don't want to hear it.
Let me be clear.
You're very clear.
On this, because I know Larry with Big Mouth and Jackie.
Big Mouth?
That I'm against any kid. I've been for kids, I fought for kids, I coach kids, still for kids. I don't have a problem with the kids, nor do I have a problem with the young man with this, the program that he put on. I support anything that's going on for the kids. But just like some of the residents scream and holler about what is going on in the community center, the board member holler about what is going on in the community center. If I come through here on a Sunday evening or Saturday night, and something is going on at the community center, and nobody knows about it, I mean, hell, it's my right to ask them what's going on. I shouldn't be. You asking me all the time about it. I mean, there's nothing wrong with asking, hey, how did you get in here? Who let you in? Ain't nobody there that I know. Cortez is not there. Chavez is not there. Larry is not there. So I got to have, it's my right to ask what's going on, how did you get in here? I support anything that the young man wants to do, but he got to do it the right way. You got to have some kind. We ask all the time. But if you're going to use the community center, you have to have a schedule. You have to have, somebody needs to know that you're there. I don't think that's asking you much.
Well, his increase is
We don't care what you use it for. We don't care how much it costs.
It ain't for no program, dude.
But you at least should have some.
man.
You at least should have.
You're winning for a program. You're winning for the damn program, dude.
What's that? I think you just calling out in the community center.
You full of it. You don't allow my name and defend my name, man. You don't know me.
What's that?
Really?
Don't get calling out now.
Defend my name.
The only thing I said, when I come there, you're not there.
I don't have to be there. Somebody, if he rented the place out, I don't have to be there. It's been like that for over 20 years. If they rent it out, I don't have to be there.
Then I want to ask you, where's the...
We told you that. We told you that over a month, dude. When the water was going on, we told you that. When your chief of police took my keys and gave them to you and that village lady, whoever it was.
Well, that's all I have.
Dude, so I do one for basketball then, fill out the paper? You don't have to do that for programs, man.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
What the hell are you talking about?
Houston, there's a couple of things I want to get cleared up. I thought that Mr. Mason here talked about, a couple months ago, talked about a meter replacement program. I understand that Kevin's implied that there's nothing wrong with the meter, so I want to find out about that. Secondly, Robson Engineer came up and he asked about the direction he should be going. It was my understanding we had paid him for at least 5 Lake Michigan water applications, and that was what he was supposed to be working on. So I don't understand why he's asking for direction. That was the direction he was supposed to be going in. And not only that, it's included in the comprehensive plan that he's already submitted at least 2 times. The third thing I want to know about who reviewed Backfield and Woodlands project plan. What trustee is responsible for that? And I also want to know who reviewed the Illinois EPA application they submitted. Also, I'd like to know where's the written recommendation for the pre-purchase of the new airstripping. I don't know who recommended that, who gave them directions to do that. And also, if these new airstrippers are going to be custom built, you know it's hard to get rid of something that's custom built. So I'd like to know, why is this thing being custom built for airstripping? I don't understand these things that's going on. It seems like to me that everybody's got their little hand in the pot waiting on these 7.5 million.
Yeah, what's 7.5?
We did not ask for. We know we need to get the infrastructure improved. And there's no way that anybody's paying any money to get Lake Michigan water here. The people mandated it. I want to know what is the plan to get the Lake Michigan water. I understand they talk all this other stuff. I want to know why we're trying to get permanent airstrip. I want to know what the written recommendation is if we couldn't use the temporary ones up there. Who reviewed that? Where's the project plan?
Well, the temporary, you just heard Baxter and Woodward say that the temporary one that we have out there now is going to cost the village 2.5 times than what we should be spending for the new one. So I know that
that's what they say. I want to know where Illinois. He indicated Illinois EPA said it was that the pre-purchase for the new airstripping was on board. Illinois EPA recommended that. I want to know where's that right.
The one that we have there now?
Yeah.
Those are temporary. Those are temporaries.
I understand that.
Okay.
But where's the Illinois EPA recommendation? He said it was, I'm assuming it's right. He said that's what they told him. So I want to know where's that right. And I also want to know where's the project plan? Who reviewed that?
The IEPA, we presented the project plan to the IEPA. They don't want to review it.
Who, you talking about the trustees and yourself reviewed the plan?
Right.
Okay, and also you reviewed the recommendation? No, you didn't review it? Nobody reviewed the plan?
The finance advisor and the village manager and the vaccine worker.
So they came back with a recommendation to do this pre-purchase of new extra based on the project plan. Is that what you're telling me?
Exactly.
Okay. Is that possible to get that in writing?
Well, we can get the, you mean the plan and
The
everything?
plan and also the Illinois EPA recommendation.
I don't think that EPA recommends the plan. They get to review it.
Well, I mean, they got to say something in writing.
Well, I suppose we could get the plan.
Okay. Then I also would like to know where's the EPA recommendations that we keep the pre-purchase of the new airstrip. Based on that. Okay. I'm finished with my question. I just want to wait on some answers here.
Well, the answer is we have to find out whether or not, we know we submitted the plan to the IEPA. And we're waiting on their recommendation whether or not they're going to approve it.
Okay, and also I want the copy of the recommendations where they said we should do pre-purchase of the new airstrip. I want a copy of that, please.
That plan came from the engineers.
Okay.
That plan came from the engineers, which should go with the.
Who, Baxter Wood?
Right.
They recommended. But he said, oh no, EPA approved. That's what he said in the statement.
Those are the air stripper, whether the purchase air stripper or to stay with the lease one. Yeah, they recommend that.
Okay.
With the engineer.
No, you said the engineer recommended, so Illinois EPA did recommend that.
I think they approved it. They approved it, but the engineer Baxter and Whitman put together what they thought was the best plan for the building. Whether or not to stay with the old, the one that we're renting now, or to come up with the new plan, new aspect. What is the best plan for the building?
You still, Mr. Mayor, still, who gave them directions to do that?
We did. The board. The board gave them what is the best plan for the village. The board gave the direction to the engineer to come up with the best plan for the building, to save the money for the building. What is the best plan?
Okay.
The old, whether or not we're going to use the old air stripper, the one we're leasing, or go with the new one, buy a new one.
Okay.
And their recommendation is to go with the new one, if you save you 2.5 times money to buy the new stripper.
Okay, I like all that in mind. And also I want to know about the meter replacement program.
Keep going on there.
What?
Yeah, the time is up.
But wait a minute, Mr. Mayor.
Your time is
My
up.
question before my 3 minutes was up. And you guys are supposed to be responding to me. I asked all my
I'm responding to your question.
Hey, Mayor.
Okay.
Hey, bud.
I think at this point, my name's kind of been filled out there a couple times. I think it was a real good response when I did that last display. I'd kind of like to ask yours and the board's permission to put together, where Trustee Benson or Burgess, you made it. You guys are getting ready to be laying $60,000 down payment. There may be $600,000 coming down the pipe. I think this is the point that maybe we do a special meeting or something to kind of, take just one issue to outlay the plan and, have myself and the engineer, let me be moderator, to let's start laying it out so there is no surprises. So,
You're talking about a town hall meeting, something similar to that.
whatever format, I think we need to have make sure everybody's on the right track, on the same track, because the project's moving. And if there's questions, one question about the $2 million infrastructure, I was like let's make sure, let's clarify that this is what everybody's talking about. And I think that would help with a lot of their questions out here. Meters and hydrants, pipes and air strippers and
I'm just saying, everybody's CO2 anyway.
Actually, it's up to the board. But you still got to try to put it out there, have enough information on time to get it out, and to see if that's it.
decision on this, they need to definitely get that done, because this is important, it was done by, Thanksgiving before. So that's what I was saying, next Tuesday is the month, that's, you know, they need enough time to. I mean, because they want an answer as well.
If they're gonna be in a town hall meeting style, that's what I'm asking. Now, if they're gonna be in a village board meeting style. So if it is, we got.
I want to make sure we're meeting all
We got to post and everything in, we got to do a board.
If all the trustees are going to vote, trustees will get answered.
Well, that's the point. Is it a question and answer session where residents have the opportunity to answer questions?
Now, I'd like to see, I see you guys on the front row being able to ask your questions as well.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So is it going to be a question, as they're asked, a town hall session, where?
Please?
Yes.
Yes, please.
We don't have to have a meeting. Seriously, I'm just trying to figure out how. So if we're gonna have a town hall meeting where as trustees who are residents, or mayor who's a resident, village clerk who's a resident, can sit here and ask you the same question as anybody else who's not on the board, then it doesn't need to be on Tuesday, it doesn't need to be posted, and it's not a board meeting. We don't have to worry about the amount of trustees here, we don't have to worry about quorum, because we are just individual citizens, that's it. If you're talking about a board meeting, then that's something different, that's involving posting, that's involving agendas, and it's going to be the only item on the agenda, and then you got to think about two, we talk about the notification of residents, that's 2 weeks. If we do the 15th, that's 2 weeks. For you to have preparation, you've already asked you to work on preparation for Weatherstone and the candlelight. There's questions that he's going to have to be answered. You've got Baxter and Woodman that's involved. They're going to answer anything about air survey, because people are not just going to come here for Lake Michigan water. They're going to come here for both. So you're going to have those two entities here. Either one of them are still here to know if they can do a presentation this week. And not only that, the Sauk Talk is not going to be in a lot of people's hands, so you cannot use the Sauk Talk as a viable way to get the information out. So you're going to have people, signs made up to put in businesses maybe, possibly on the internet, but people don't have internet, you're going to have to definitely use the marquee. It's not even like we have time to put on a water. I understand that they need information. Back to go to our residents.
Something
We have a way to get it.
And I'd like to take this as a first step. I've been talking a little bit with the human resources and the committee. You know, I think this is almost a first step, is having some continuing education as this project moves along. I mean, that's a good opportunity to keep. I think that's how I can best serve the village, using the vehicle, kind of run static a little bit, keeping tabs, but also being able to educate the people as they go along and answer their questions.
But I don't think we're questioning whether or not we need a meeting or not. But what type of form? What form?
I think it needs to be as loose and as freewheeling as what we can do.
So then you're suggesting a town hall meeting?
Yeah.
Okay. So then we don't have to have that on any certain date. It could be an evening or anything.
Depends on Mr. Presidential debate tonight. I mean, maybe we could really. No, I like the idea of keeping it open, keeping it fluid, and answering questions. I'm ready to go right now.
But you're gonna have to get with the other. You got to.
Check with them.
Okay, well, why don't you do this for us then? Why don't you get with them and see what kind of dates y'all can come out and get it back to the clerk, so we can get it back to the trustee. We agree on, so we can have something.
I didn't get my last question answered.
What was the last question?
I asked you to come later. You're holding up everybody else.
I asked my question within the 3 minutes, and I should be able to answer. The last question was,
Use the mic.
Robinson Engineering, I would ask you guys what direction did you guys want them to go into? I know Robinson Engineering has been dealing with this Lake Michigan water from the beginning. So they have already submitted plans and applications we have paid before. So my question to you, what direction are they supposed to be in? What are they supposed to be working on?
Well, that's what they're working on. They're working on this, each step, it has to be a step to go through to get to maintenance of water. And they are working on the step to get to maintenance of water. What the Baxter Woodman and Bud and that group is working on, they're working on the first phase of making sure that the water that we have now is 60 degrees. So Robert the engineer is working on to get to maintenance of water.
I need to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is James Witherspoon, and I live in Yellowstone Estates. And I don't have questions because I just have comments. Getting an answer would take too long if that would happen at all. But my first comment is that coming to these meetings has given me more reason, more justification to make the move that I want. I'm moving, get my family out of here as soon as possible. We're going to move to Costa Rica. We've been there before. It's a third world country. It's developing, but you can drink the water, and that's where I want to be. But meanwhile, while I'm here, I've just observed some things. I've just observed some things in the meeting. And I feel like I'm in a third world country now, but it's going backwards. It's in reverse. I don't see hardly any leadership here. This seems like a ship that's out without any oars, any kind of engine, any kind of direction device that would guide the ship in a specific direction. It seems like that everything is knee-jerk. It seems like to me that there's no anticipating of problems by the leadership. And what I mean by that is we took a vote, a referendum, or vote for Lake Michigan water, and then we find out, after the vote, after the election, after everything's done, we find out, now we got Weatherstone Lakes over here, but they're going to have to provide their own water. We got Sauk, Candlelight Village, they're going to have to do something. Now, all these people voted for water. And then as we're looking at the possibility, looking at what this is going to entail financially, it's like the comment is, put it on the water bill. Put it on the water bill. Put it on the water bill. So it's almost like a bunch of folks that constantly running into accidents and then having to recover at other people's expenses. It's really strange to me that an audit has taken this long. I in no way can imagine what kind of audit this is and what's going to come out of this audit after taking this long. We're talking about now we have the temporary air strippers. I'm not real smart, so I don't know a lot of terminologies here. I just do the best I can. But from what I see, we had the contaminated water. The IEPA said it had to be done. Put in temporary air strippers, $85,000 a month. Okay, now that part I understand. Okay, you did something. Whether it's enough or not, we don't know. Now we got these people here, I don't know who they are, coming talking about the EPA said now we can get rid of 2 of them. We don't need 2 now, which is going to mean you got to spend money to take them out, spend money to put them back in. It's all like knee-jerk. It's not like anybody is running this ship. Thank you.
Well, the answer is the IEPA is pretty much running the ship. This building is mandated by court order to do the thing that the IEPA and the Attorney General says. We have to do those things, whether we would like to do them or not. We still got to do them. Yes, sir.
Linda Washington, 225th place. I just want to say, like what the gentleman was saying, we're spending $85,000 now a month. Where is that money coming from? Because she has no money. This is a rhetorical question. I don't expect an answer back. But the answer also, I'm glad to know that we can come up with $85,000 out of the clear blue sky. We need police, more police protection, we need more policemen to be hired. The $85,000 that has miraculously appeared that now we have to pay, and it is here to be paid, and it's being paid, or it's being
in a position where it's been going to be paid, why couldn't we have had that money or just half the amount of that money to get more police protection on the street? Working with the block club, with Trustee Myers, sympathize with these residents out here tonight whose homes have been broken in. We've been here this for over 2 years, people's homes have been broken in. No lights on the streets. There was a gentleman walking down my street at 2 o'clock in the morning screaming at the top of his voice, "I'll run this block, I'll run this town. I'm spraying them all down." The police came, I called the police, they went and talked to him when they got there. "Oh, this shoot so-and-so." They never even came to talk to me. They went over there and talked to him. I'm like, this is another thing, talking about he gonna spray people down. That's a rap song, but if he's gonna start shooting my gun, killing people and spraying them down. At 2 o'clock in the morning, he top of his voice, "I'll run all this, I'll run this whole city. Yeah, be scared of me." Pants hanging down. I'm like, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. We called the police another week. He did another week playing the radio in his car, in his driveway at 3 o'clock in the morning on 20. And you could just hear the bass. We called the police. They came out there. They were over there talking to them. It was a group of them. And they never even came to talk to us. I don't know. I know that they're trained by a professional academy, and I'm not going there. However, I do feel that all of the effort, all of the emphasis that's put on all these other things, the services for the citizens are just lacking with the police. And like on Wednesdays, I don't understand why the village shop would be closed on Wednesdays. We already can't make it up here by 5 o'clock, 5 days to get the water bill paid, the things that we need to get done. And if they're still going to be here working, why can't the office be open a half a day on Wednesdays? Someone said to me it's because they get behind in their work and they can't get their lunch hour covered. I work in a school with 600 people. I am the administrative assistant for the Board of Education. I am the only secretary in that school. I'm the secretary for the principal, for all the parents, for all the students. The nurse come half a day. I'm a nurse for half a day. So, I mean, I'm not saying they don't have 600 people that come to their counter every day, and there's 2 or 3 or 4 of them in there. I feel that you all should consider shutting down any other services for the villages because they don't have enough time to do in the time that we already have been allotted to come to Village Hall. And lastly, I'm glad to know that, did you say time? I got 2 seconds. I'm glad to know that they'll be able to use that community center for the youth because I talked about Chavez being gone, and that's why we have these young people out here doing all these things because there's nowhere to go. So I'm glad that he can use the center just for the application. There won't be no charge.
At the couch, 221st and Shirley. The police, I know, are short-handed. However, we have a police chief, a temporary chief of police, that hasn't even been at his office probably more than 30 to 40 minutes per day, if that, in the last month. We're paying a man X amount of dollars to do a job. He's not doing the job. And now that he's not doing the job, our streets have been taken over because he doesn't care. And these people are running rampant in our town. I live on a corner. There's an empty house on my corner. It was broken into again, and it's been sitting empty for 4 years, but they didn't get anything, so they just broke the door down. I live around the corner from the house where the people were beaten. It's gotten so bad that everybody is afraid to be, I'm even afraid to go home tonight, because you don't know what's going to be waiting. These people are taking over our town. Also, who's running our assessor's office? I understand you're not at the Markham assessor's office now. Who's running our assessor's office? It starts at the top.
Okay, another young man was transferred. I was transferred downtown, so he transferred in.
So is that the local person down at Markham now? You're no longer at the Markham office?
No, not transferred downtown.
Okay, it starts at the top, folks.
Good evening. Charles Pondex, 832 Berryburg Drive. I'm here to complain about a water bill in the city. An $800 water bill. Where I estimate my bill, if you guys say I use 1,114 units times 1,000 is 1,114,000 gallons of water. That's impossible to use. A million gallons that I use. Okay, the thing about estimating, my bill was estimated last time at $79. Okay, I met with the trustees, Trustee Burgess and Hanks, before the bill ever came out. I said, now they estimate my bill, and I know I used water in July. Okay, I got an estimate bill at the end of July for $79. Now I get a bill 2 months later for $800.
Something wrong.
Yeah, there's something wrong. The thing is, okay, I check my meter. My meter runs great. The problem is that you charged me for water at a $5.04 rate, which was $3.50. You voted to $5.50. A mean of that is $4.50. I was charged a $5.04 rate per 1,000 gallons. I don't think that's correct. I should have been charged less. And I have residents, I'm the president of the Homeowners Association in Deer Creek. I have residents that have $900 bills. Damn. So I want to know what's going to be done about it. Do we meet with someone and discuss this? Because on the 21st, this bill is due. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, we should be looking at those bills. I mean, anytime that you have a bill like that, somebody should be looking at that bill. The water department, the public work, certainly we should not leave that bill up to you until you have to pay that bill. And that's what I've been echoing all the time. When we have bills like that, we can't say you got to pay a bill, we'll put you on a payment plan.
Well, that's what I was told.
That's what I'm saying. We can't do that. We can't do it.
Okay, I mean, do I pay this bill? Do I hold on to this bill? Do I get charged a late fee if I don't pay it by the 21st?
I'd like the trustee to weigh in on this. Somebody up on that. I'm saying that we should have something to do with it.
I think that what needs to happen is, and this is probably for everybody who has these questions, we need to understand that if there was a concern, there's obviously a concern, something happened. Village manager was the one that did this. She's not here to speak about this. We need to talk to Kevin and see what direction he was actually given. We need to talk to the front office personnel and see how exactly this was identified. The problem is, though, and that's where the board needs to come in and make a decision at, is we tell Mr. Mondex not to pay the bill. Anybody else who has that problem is not going to pay their bill. What that happens is just like we said before, when people are told not to pay their bills, that influx of money does not come into the village. So, how quickly is this going to happen? Who's going to take the reins on this? Who's going to start this while rolling? Because you can't just keep it out, like you say, the bill due the 21st, you said?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so if it's not taken care of by the 21st, we're going to have people who are not going to pay the bill because they don't feel like they should because it's wrong. So whatever we thought we were going to do, that anticipated amount of money that we put on paper to pay bills, we're not going to have. So that's not something that one trustee or one mayor can come up with. That's something that has to be done. How are we going to explain that to people? Are we going to ask them to pay that bill and then we have to give out refund after refund after refund after refund? Or are we going to say, don't pay your bill? We'll come back and tell you what's up.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, this is something that we did talk about, and I did talk to the gentleman, and Trustee Hanks, we asked, it was never discussed any further, we asked that those people that got their bill estimated, that they be charged at the old rate. That was something that we brought up, that the people that got their bills estimated, they'd be charged at the old rate, and the new rate would start after that for the ones that had estimated. And also the next billing cycle, which I guess will be for the north, would get charged at the new rate. That's what we had asked because we knew that this was going to happen. If you estimated the bill and then you went out to the actual reading, yes, it's going to be a lot at that particular time because your bill was so low. So we asked, and this is something that if you're asking me, I would say that we asked them to pay and then we reimburse, or we can prorate for the next bill or whatever. But I think that everyone's bill that was estimated should be charged at the old rate. That's my suggestion.
I don't have a problem with that. Why did that didn't come up when we first started talking about it?
We did bring it up.
No, I'm talking about this morning. Today,
When we were talking about the water.
We brought this up, when we found out that the bills were going to
When we first started talking about it, on this agenda, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, so why you didn't bring that up yet?
Yeah, I brought it up now.
When it came up.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, all I want to know, do I pay this bill? Do I hold this bill? Do I do the math myself and say, okay, this time $3.50 and pay it? What do I do? That's all right. I'll pay the bill, but I don't know when.
Can I make a suggestion? Can we get a program at Village Hall between now and whenever, because the bill is due next week, it's due Monday, that when a person brings an estimated bill up there, that we can go on the computer and look up their usage, go through and insert their usage, and then give them, at that particular time, give them that new rate or that new price right then and there. I mean, the usage of them, but calculated at the $3.30. I mean, and then that would be person by person, and then also those that paid theirs already could bring it back, could even let them know, bring it back, and they can either get a refund or have it applied to the next bill.
Okay, thank you. I'll see what happens.
And this is a program that they would have to go in the computer up at the front desk, and the ladies could take your bill right then and there, and then put the old rate into the usage, the gallon usage.
Calvin Pierce, 831 Maryborough Drive, I'm also in Deer Creek Estates. My water bill went up approximately 300% to $500. I estimate that with the taxes that we pay over there and now the water, my wife and I and children can probably add $300 and move into a $425,000 house in Frankfurt.
And be safe.
That's all.
Yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately, Mayor, my bill went up like that too, and I understand my taxes are like that, but just to say, sir, don't leave, please. Please, we need you. I understand that, but please.
Yes, sir.
To you, Mr. Mayor, and Ward, my name is Corey Ward, between 3rd and Palm Creek. I've been in the village for 11 years, and I can honestly say the last 4 years have been the worst. And I'm not, first of all, I respect your office. And let me say this, in life, we might not agree with whatever political party you're with, but one thing we should at least have respect for the citizens of Sauk Village. And I think that it's the job of the mayor and the board to do the best for the citizens of Sauk Village. And there's just too much foolishness going on in this room. Too much arguing. It's preposterous. It's ridiculous. Grown men and women cannot do what's best for the citizens. All this arguing, and I've been here since 7:15 tonight, and really we have not accomplished nothing. It is a shame. I don't care who you're going to vote for in April, but it's ridiculous. The arguing, the back and forth, over what? Bills, people sitting up here, $800-900 water bills. That is ridiculous. Some people don't pay that in mortgage. And the bottom line is, if they don't pay it, they're going to get their water cut off. We need the Attorney General, we need the President, we need a whole lot of people to come to Sauk Village and do something about this mess. Because this is absolutely ridiculous. I don't care who you vote for. Be fair with us. Treat us like we're human beings. I don't know nothing about you, Trustee Burgess. I don't know nothing about you, Trustee Hanks. But do what's best for us. You guys have the power. Now do something with it.
I'm a pastor.
Why did you
did hear what I just said.
Yeah, why did you pick
Let me finish. I'm a pastor of a church.
Okay.
And I believe in doing things the right way. You guys need to get together and take care of this building. This used to be a beautiful place.
Yep, it did.
I've been here 30 years.
And
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I've never seen the grass this high around City Hall. It's ridiculous. And if I really would love to move.
Yeah, we all would.
You asked us to pay all this extra money for contaminated water.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, what you say? You cannot drink the water here.
That's right.
If you let it sit on your windows long enough, in the summertime, you're going to have to scrub it off.
That's right.
It's ridiculous.
They push there.
Really nothing wrong with the water. I guess next time you tell me I'm at a restaurant.
I've lived in the village 47 years, and I too can say the worst of them is the last 4 years.
Exactly.
I've been here through the police, blue flu, all kinds of things happened here. But together we made it. And one of the things that's missing in this town, besides what Mr. Kimball and this other gentleman said, is honesty. The honesty has never been there. There are 3 things I want to bring up. One of them is the audit. I'm glad you're going to bring in other people to find out what's going on. But Mayor, you and everybody up there, including the previous trustee, I have been screaming for an independent audit for 4 years. Now you're asking, where's the audit? Why haven't they got it here? I don't know these auditors. I know they've been in the village a long time, but I don't know them. But I do know this. They promised to have that audit done the end of July. That audit came to this village hall, Mayor, and all of you people. It came here. Your village manager was there when it came. She was handed a bill. She said, oh, hell no, I am not having a check written for this until I see that audit. Those men stomped out of this building angry. One other time when I asked about an audit, and a previous trustee was a trustee at the time, tell Mrs. Cass she ought to know, an audit is due in September. If you recall, Mayor, I said I'm very aware of that. But what you're not telling the people is, they're not doing an audit because the last one wasn't paid for. Did anybody check to see why these people aren't giving us an audit? I know they're calling them now and they're not responding. But those people were here and they expected to be paid for what they did. And they did not get paid. But bring in the big guys and then they're going to find out who was holding them off until after the election. The second one I want to bring up is the crime. I've said this before and nobody wants to listen. You have people standing up here terrified. I'm terrified. I now, and I hate guns, but I now have a gun in my home. The crime rate is there, but your temporary chief doesn't feel good enough to explain what's going on in town so we can take precautions. We didn't know they were shoving people into their doors and 6 armed men are ransacking their homes. Now, here it is, 11:30 at night, and I gotta go home alone, stand on my porch and try to get the key in the lock and get it unlocked, hoping nobody's around. That's not right, that's not fair. Honesty was lost.
Where's the fox?
He's not in the hen house.
Yes, ma'am.
Jan Clark on Fernandez Drive. I have one big comment I want to make to the kind gentleman over here who offered to hold another presentation, town meeting, gathering, discussion, whatever you want to call it, to present things about water. I'm going to tell you right now, as you probably know, it's going to end up to be a shouting match and lasting all day. I think the people who are interested in water are here. The others will pay their bill, they will complain, they will ask their neighbors what's going on. Some of them may come here to a village board meeting. But I tell you, you're not gonna, you're not gonna, if you get a turnout, everybody who has passion for their side is going to show up. Nothing will be accomplished. I think if you were kindly asked, and the others were kindly asked by the mayor and the board to briefly show a presentation at each meeting, one from you, one from them, then you're not going to have a confrontation. And I have a question for the mayor. How many, do you know, or Rosie, Ms. Williams, know how many police cars we own, and when were the last two purchased? Three purchased?
We just got purchased from down the road, I believe, that we just got 2 squad cars and a, let's see if they got here. But these were used.
Were they free?
No, not directly free. The village came out with some money that is going to be part of a grant that is going to reimburse the village.
But who did that? I didn't hear that at a meeting.
There was insurance money. There was a vehicle that was involved in an accident, and we received a certain amount of money. We received a certain amount of money from that as a payment, and at the first budget meeting was when Mr. Fox presented this opportunity for 2 squad cars and an SUV that would be sold to us for the amount of $8,000. That was discussed at the budget meeting.
$8,000, but it was never voted on, right?
It was a
Or it didn't
consent.
have to be.
It was a consent by the board that we made, who was at that table at the budget meeting at that time.
Do they run any better than the ones we have now?
Better than some of the fleet that we have now.
Do you know how many we currently have that are not running?
No, off the top of my head, I don't.
4 that are not running? And we can't put them all out on the street at the same time anyway, because we can only have 2 officers. Mayor, is that right?
Have 2 what?
Officers on the street at the same time?
Here we go again, telling the
That was a question.
no, I'm just saying, that we keep telling the bad guys how many officers we got on the street already.
It's obvious.
Well, I'm just saying, I think the chief has said many times that he did not want to give how many officers on the street. He said on the street.
Well, maybe then we can put a few parked cars, squad cars around with bells in them. I'm not kidding. No, thank you.
Whitney Hadley, and I live in Carlisle Estates. I have a couple of questions. First of all, I wanted to know why. First of all, I want to say to the young lady whose home was broken into, I do sympathize with you. Before I moved here, before I moved away from Chicago, before I moved in with my in-laws, I lived in a house that was broken into 3 times in 18 months, and 4 times within 2 years. It was not fun. Twice I walked in on it. I had a neighbor, since I moved here, his previous employer gave him a company vehicle. His company vehicle was vandalized and robbed 6 times. He said by the time the police got there, they had robbed it again.
Isn't that wonderful?
This happened before your administration. So you're exonerated on that issue. But the situation hasn't changed. You call the police, by the time they get here, it's easier for me to get pregnant by my car. Things are not working. Also, and this is also before your administration, last week, the issue was brought up about hydrants, and that hydrants need to be replaced. It was brought to my attention that over half the hydrants in this village don't work, and they need to be replaced. There's a home that's on the corner of Stone and Rush that was destroyed because the hydrant that sits in front of that house did not work, and they could not get water to it. And it was demolished 5 years ago. And it sat completely messed up for over a year. And it didn't even make sense. We can sit here and we can point fingers, we can say all kinds of stuff. We all know who took what and who didn't do what, who did their job and who didn't do their job. I don't have to point out any names or point any fingers, but I will say this. Election time is coming. And we need to get up off the pot. You asked for this job, you asked us to give you this job. We gave you the job. We ask you to do your job. It's time out for this. People are scared. I understand. It's time out for this. Something needs to be done.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, how you doing? I got 3 questions. For you and Bessie. When Chavez, it was under his administration that he was on charge, people would feed and make them give assurance to use the community center?
No.
Yes. Yes, he stood up in the meeting, we got it in the minutes.
Did you have a party on
And the second question, why every time we talk about water bills, Hank's always goes his head down? I want to understand that, but and the other thing, who's going to contact the Attorney General about the water bill, about the water bills? Who's going to take lead?
I'm going to take lead on contacting the Attorney General, the State's Attorney, about the coming in and audit our buildings. I don't think that.
When?
I'm hoping I'll be contacting somebody tomorrow. I'll be reaching out to somebody tomorrow.
Reach out while they put the handcuffs on.
Well, you know, the second question, when we talk about water bills, everybody know how much their water bill is. We still ain't saw that.
I've seen it.
Mr. Mayor, I feel bad this individual is misled and misguided. For the last 2 billing cycles, I posted my water bill on my Facebook account because of residents like this who believe lies and they're misguided. So, again, the last 2 water bills that are posted on my Facebook. I don't know if you're computer literate or not, if you have computers. But again, if I have to, I can make a copy of it, and I've got no problem giving it out because it shows. Well, there's individuals like this who make statements, and there's people throughout the village who believe statements like this. So that's why I make sure that I put my stuff out there where residents can see it. And again, it shows that my bills are paid. In fact, I have credit on my water bill for the last 2 months because I overpay my bill because of the way I get paid twice a month. So my wife puts additional money toward our water bill twice, I guess it'd be 4 times or so throughout the building cycle because it comes across every 2 months. 2 months ago, bill I had, after the bill was paid, I had a $52 credit. This last one, I still have a $25 credit. It's not as much as it was, but that means we'll just have to continue to start putting a little bit extra toward it every pay cycle. So, again, if you have internet, I welcome you to go to my Facebook account. It's out there. It's on my wall. And I will, because of individuals like you who believe lies, I will continue posting my water bill. Thank you.
Hey, Mr.
Yes, sir.
I want to apologize to everybody for coming in with these cold
but I need to understand how, well, myself, I can't pay a $1,500 loan. I presented that bill to, I believe it was you, Mr. Mayor, and you, Trustee Benson, from a gentleman that stays in his home. He lives in his house alone. He had a $1,500 water bill. But the previous months, it was like $80, $89 or whatever. And no, he's not this complexion either. Okay, so the whoever is messing up, they messing up on everybody. So while we ganging up in here fighting with each other, we need to be watching each other's back. I'm really serious, because they getting everybody, I don't know who's doing it. I don't care who makes a mistake. I'm telling you, I can't pay you $1,500. I can't. And I mean, you're leaving me no choice but to leave the village. The stores that Trustee Burgess, you've asked me to frequent, they're discourteous. The food products are way less than quality. And I don't care what nobody says in here. When you separate a pork chop and you smell bad in the middle but look nice on the top, something ain't right about that. But that's what we got in our neighborhood, where you're raising our taxes, everything you want to put on the water bill, everything. I agree with everything. Everything. Well, I'm just telling you, if water is all I can afford in Sauk Village, I got to go. So y'all need to think on it. So thank you.
Rose Langston. I think it's a very, I thought myself, and I'm glad to hear the trustees coming up and saying that those with estimated bill and paying at the higher rate, I agree that it should be at the old rate, and there's no problem with it. That is the only fair way of doing it. I'm hearing a lot of people say that we're not getting any police report. I know that when I read the papers, a lot of people are reading the paper and say, gee, Sauk Village doesn't have any police report, must be crime-free. So a lot of people are moving here. I think that at least if we get a police report, at least tell, I know the number of calls doesn't mean a thing. We should at least know how many were apprehended, like we used to get. How many tickets were issued. It just seems that we're not getting any of that. It should be more detailed. I do want to mention something that I don't know if it's been considered. I heard them from many meetings that Candlelight and Weatherstone are not considered, they have their own private water system. That like the well and the IEPAs, that we can't sell water to them because they're not part of they're a separate entity. And since they voted for the water, Lake Michigan water, and they're not going to be included, are you going to exempt them from paying the increased water bill for Lake Michigan? Because that should be taken in consideration, because their bulk rate to the site, I was hoping that at least they do that. I do want to make a comment about last Saturday. I want to thank the floor trustee and the village clerk. And I understand I did see them also at the fire department. Of course, we ate mustacholi one day, spaghetti the next day. And I want to compliment the trustees from showing up. It was a wonderful success. And if anybody wanted to see a diverse group, our volunteers in the kitchen was diverse. Our participants were diverse. Everyone had a tremendous time. And it was a lot of hard work for a few of us. But I was very, very glad and pleased that it was very successful. Any profit that we made would offset our deficit from our chili cook-off. I'm hoping that we at least have some profit. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Francine Anderson, 1606 216th Street. I have several statements and several questions. First of all, the statement was that I understand that the budget should be available for citizens to either review, and I called on Monday, left an appointment time to pick up a copy, and let your front desk as well as your finance director know that I'm willing to pay for a copy of the budget so I can look at the appropriations myself independently. Besides sitting here in your village hall and doing that, I was told that the trustees said that it's unavailable. So I would ask you to go back and talk to Mr. Mohan or talk to whoever. He said you got the directions from the trustees. So I know that is inappropriate. So I will hope that you guys can get that corrected by tomorrow so I can get my copy of the budget. And again, I am willing to pay for that copy. That was also told to several other citizens who came today, to my understanding. From what we heard today, I think you have some mandates that you need to deal with. We have so many issues that continue to plague us that have to do with our public works department. It is just proof to me that you have some ineffective administration going on with the public works department. With all of the people that have been employed there and have been there a long time, Kevin has been running that department for at least 8 years. And you cannot he don't know if the meters is right, he don't know what you're doing with the air stripping, he don't know, couldn't answer any questions. He was here today to do some update on the purpose of the generators. He said he already told you that. I mean, come on, how much more ineffective administration do we need? We can't get our sewage fixed, we can't get lights fixed, we can't get anything done. So I think you guys really need to consider, if you're looking at the budget and you're taking away positions, I say let's get rid of all contractual positions that you have, and then we will have some money to start doing some things in this town besides adding something to the citizens' water bill every time you look up. And that will give you approximately, again, a $500,000 or $500,000 savings if you get rid of all of the contracts. Not considering your few friends, but if you want to get rid of Fox, you got rid of Henrietta or your village manager. And I'm pretty appalled that you keep continuing to say you didn't have information, you didn't have information, you didn't have information. And I'm sure, being one of your colleagues before, you are not the type of people that sit and don't get information. So I wish you would correct that.
And who's going to fix the fire or the water main breaks?
Okay, let's move to the public, to miscellaneous business for board trustees.
I just had a couple comments about some of the things that were stated. Of course, as I go with you first, because I know you said that you wanted to go home. I think, and Ms. Washington did state exactly what I was going to write. I think that when we were in a situation before where we talked about, when we first talked about the agreement, it was stated that the board could review certain applications and make a determination on whether or not a deposit had to be there, whether or not there was a fee. I think that the board would be okay with, in light of the fact that we don't have anybody over Parks and Recs right now, and there is no go-to person, I would think that if it's possible, if you can fill out an application, have that to the board. That's something that we can discuss and determine whether or not this board is going to waive that fee. Until that happens, I think that, and maybe we need to take a consensus, you've come here for 2 weeks in a row, you've stated what you're doing. I think it's a great program. I wouldn't, and this is just my opinion, I don't think that there's a problem with you participating and continuing on with that participation, but I do think as soon as possible the application does need to be filled out. If there's not any, and they told you that there is none, then we need to take it upon this board to look and see if we have a copy of the old applications. And as far as the insurance policy and everything else, it was not something that was presented under Trustee Chavez. That started.
Yes, it was. I was at the meeting.
I didn't speak while anybody else was speaking. And we have a couple of people here who are newer to this board meeting. And let me just tell you that that policy and that procedure was actually discussed when we were still in the other village hall. And that didn't come from Trustee Chavez. Trustee Chavez did not have the Parks and Recs Department when we were in the other village hall. Excuse me. When when we were in the other village hall, which is currently the police department, Trustee Chavez was not a trustee, therefore he could not have had Parks and Recs.
Stood right there.
Neither did Trustee Benson, so if you would let me finish. When Trustee Burgess had that committee, that is when it started to be discussed about contracts that needed to be signed, deposits, things like that. Because if I'm not mistaken, before the mayor was the mayor, he was involved with the concerned citizens. And there was a youth group with the concerned citizens that Mr. Towers and Ms. Williams had. And there was a conversation about insurance requirements and payments and things like that. So for those of you who are new, let me tell you, this was not a Trustee Chavez thing. This goes back before this administration, this goes back at least 5 years. So this is not something new. Because this has happened, I'm asking that Cortez, if you could please go through the paperwork, go through the red tape, and let this board make the decision on whether or not the collective, whether or not you need to do that deposit. Because we don't have someone in charge. That's the first thing.
When he was talking about the background, that's when he said.
I'm not stating that Trustee Chavez did not say it. What I'm saying is it did not start with him. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Number two, Sauk Talk, like I said before, Sauk Talk articles are due on the 26th for all of you who are going to play the Sauk Talk. I do want to remind you that this is the last Sauk Talk before the holiday season. Also, we talk about streetlights a lot. I do want to remind some of our citizens that some of the streetlights do not belong to Sauk Village. A lot of the problem with the light themselves is a ComEd issue. I take your attention to 221st and Orion. That stoplight was out for the longest time. I want to say at least a year and a half. And it was a ComEd issue. We had to go back and forth. They said that they didn't have the rights to it, but we couldn't touch it. If we couldn't touch it, why didn't we have the rights to it? It finally got fixed, but that was because Kevin went back and forth with ComEd to fix it. So I wanted to say, this is not something that, sometimes it's not just a matter of changing a light bulb. We have to go through ComEd. So I do want people to understand that. As far as Kevin running the Public Works, he's not running the Public Works for over 8 years. I haven't even been in office for 8 years. And I know that during my tenure, we did talk about him transferring into that position because he'd been a foreman. And I would like to say that we've cut his staff in half during this administration. And we did it to balance the budget. But we put a lot on Public Works with not nearly as many people. That's why the grass, and we don't have code enforcement, that's why the grass is long. I know the gentleman, he was a pastor, he left, but he talked about the grass being long. We've cut a lot of personnel. We haven't had the opportunity to go back and remedy some of those things. We're working on that, but it's not all, we can only ask our employees to do so much. And then, as far as we talk about police department, during this meeting, I've sent an email to our attorney, the village clerk, the mayor, and Mr. Fox regarding staffing. Mr. Fox cut minimum staffing about 6 months ago to help with budgetary concerns, and we went down to low numbers. And at that point in time, it was stated how we were already having an increase in crime. That may not be the best thing. So I did email the people I stated to talk about the possibility of more cops on the street, because it's something that our residents are saying that we need. And lastly, outside agencies. A lot of people have demanded outside agencies, and I kind of touched on it before, but I want you to know that I'm comfortable with saying almost everybody at this table has approached an outside agency. Whether it's the state attorneys, the state police, we've all contacted them. For the entire duration of this term, there has been questions that have not been answered. There's been information that has not been received. We've all contacted them. Somebody mentioned the state's attorney's office for the water bills. The only thing I can say is flood them. Flood them, because they're not listening to your elected officials. Your elected officials have made phone calls. We have written letters. Citizens have stormed their offices. They're not listening. So maybe if the citizens en masse start a letter writing campaign, go to their offices, knock on their doors, do what you have to do, bring them here, and don't stop about your money. That's your governmental finance affiliation. Go to them. Everybody, get together, write a letter, write multiple letters. Break their mailbox. Do what you have to do because we all have the same questions. We're all wondering about the audit. We're all wondering where the money's going. We're all wondering what is going on behind closed doors because some of us just don't know. So I wanted to be clear. We're not afraid if you find these governmental agencies. I mean, I'm going to send you a thank you card. If you walk in with the GFOA, whoever walks in the door, you're going to get flowers set to your door. Thank you, because I've been trying and they're not coming for me. So if you can get them, good luck to you. God bless you. Do what you have to do to bring them here. Because there are questions that every single person in this room deserves answers to, including us up here, and we're not getting them. So thank you. I really do hope that everybody who's been up here posturing and gesturing and saying, oh, I'm going to write this letter, and I'm going to call this person, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Thank you. Please hurry. We appreciate it.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, since we've had this talk about the community center and about the keys, can we, before the week is out, get the locks changed? Because right now the police department doesn't have keys, and people are going in and out of there. You said you don't have a set of keys. The keys should go to yourself. It should go to whoever's going to be working over there in the police department, and quite naturally the public works. That's where the keys should be.
I think we need to find out because the locks have been changed in the last week. Really? I've had keys to the community center, and I had keys to the gym. I went there Friday, my day off Friday. I went to check everything on, see how things was going like I normally do, and my keys didn't neither one of them locked. And I was told that the lock was had been changed.
Okay, so does the police department have a set of keys?
Well, if I understand it, there was no keys at the
Okay, no, so we need to find out, you said it was from last week.
I went to last Friday, my keys.
Somebody got in, I mean, somebody was in there.
I know the young lady is still there, what's her name, Abby is still there. When I came through, I guess, last night,
But isn't there a line dancing group that goes there too?
Now, yesterday, it didn't appeal to me anybody in the community center. There was lots of cars, but it didn't appeal to me anybody. It didn't look like the community center was lit up. But there were lots of that young men at the gym park.
So but then can we find out between now and a week? Because the keys should go to the mayor, should go to Public Works, quite naturally the people that clean, the police department, and the person that's going to be working there. That's where the key should be. And if someone is in there, especially if they're in there after hours, it should be ID at the police department presented. The second thing I have, I wasn't at that meeting when they okayed the cars to be purchased. My question is, can these cars be insured by our insurance company because of the mileage?
I believe Mohan said there was no problem with that at the time that we talked about it.
Okay, well, I'd like to see that before we go any further with this. We want to make sure that these cars can be insured to patrol.
We've already gone further. The cars have sitting out there.
I know they're sitting out there, but we haven't paid for them yet, have we?
No, the check has not been cut, but the bill has been sent.
Okay, but if we cannot insure them, we're good out there. Because of mileage. If they're over a certain amount of miles, I'm pretty sure. This is what I've heard. I just want to make sure. I don't know about our insurance company that we have, but I do know that commercial vehicles after a certain amount of miles cannot be insured if you bought them used. If they're new and they get the mileage, that's one thing. If you bought them used after a certain amount of mileage, but I'm not 100% sure about that with our insurance company, but that's something we need to know. I don't want to find out later on that they're not out on patrol because they can't be insured. And before we put them out on patrol, I need to make sure that they're insured. I would like to see that they're insured. Like I said, I wasn't there at the meeting. I didn't know what the logistics behind buying them or purchasing them.
I didn't know how many miles were on them. I see them out there, but I don't know how many miles are on them. In regards to the community center, as far as, I guess he's gone, Quartet.
He's in the hall.
Okay, but anyway, I did institute the form that you have now for the rental and the use of the community center. And I think when I passed it down to Trustee Benz, I think he modified a few other things on it, but as far as that's concerned, the applications were supposed to be reviewed by the Parks and Recs Committee. And with their recommendation, whether or not a person would have to be allowed to use the community center without insurance or with insurance. But most things, you have to have some type of either waiver or insurance to operate. And that was something that we did do, unless it was something that that particular board decided that it was voted on. And it says that in the handbook for the use of the community center. That was something that was talked about many times, and I'm sure you were on the committee at the time, Mayor, when we went through this, so that's nothing new, but it was the consent of the Parks and Recs Board that made the final determination whether or not, those requirements had to be upheld. So that, but now since there is no Parks and Recs Board, I don't know, are you going to do it yourself, or are you going to present it to the board? I don't know, because that's something that needs to be addressed, not just for Mr. Cortez, but anybody else that wants to use it. And if they're going to use it, if they're a resident, and you have a person that can, that's actually working there, and you're a person that's working there quite naturally, it would be under their umbrella. So that's something that you can take into consideration if that person is, and we know Mr. Cortez has been working in that capacity as a volunteer for a couple of years now, so it's not a question of his integrity, it's just a question of will the board allow him to vouch for whatever the case may be, and at least whoever's going to be using it to sign a waiver that the village will not be responsible. Those are some of the things that have to take place. So.
One of the things that's going to have to take place is no matter who volunteers, that person still has to report to somebody.
True. I mean, you have somebody in charge. Would you have somebody, isn't there a lady that's worked there or something? Or?
Yeah, but still, she has to report.
Yes, she does.
So that's the only thing I'm trying to get to see. When I come there, I don't see anybody. I don't know who's there, how do they get in, who let them in. I think that's only fair that I should be able to ask those, especially when citizens have been saying that somebody in the community center had a party, we don't know nothing about it, I didn't know anything about it. And I think that was only right that I should question that what was going on in the community center.
No, that's true. I mean, it could be not just stop there. I mean, anytime, because every time I drive through there, if I see somebody, I may stop and ask too. It doesn't necessarily have to be one particular time, because there's been things that I've seen go on in the community center, and I was wondering, but I'll stop and look. I'll stop and ask. I'll stop and get out and say, because right now there is no one really an elected official in charge of the community center. So.
Stop over when the young lady, when they're having basketball, I stop in. If I'm here coming through, leaving the village hall, I stop and check and see what's going on. See if she has a problem. Check with her.
Okay, and you're right. I mean, but we should, if people want to bring programs, and we can let them know how to do it the proper way. I mean, we don't have to inhibit them to do that. But then again, we have to make sure that we keep it safe. We have to make sure that that is done the proper way. Now, that's all I have.
That's it.
Yes, it's it is quite obvious that the water bill, the estimated water bill, is a huge issue. People are saddened by it, they are disturbed by it, and they have expressed their opinions. What I suggest is that we take the last 6 months of the estimated bills, the one that are extremely high, and determine what the average of that bill, that'll be 1 year's bill. If people bills are $1,500, $900, that's a huge, huge difference in $84, $90, $47, etc. So we want to make them whole and do what is actually right for that individual. So to take 6 months, that will give us a clear view of their activity of using their water throughout a year's time. And take that average and charge them that water bill, if that's the case. Nevertheless, also, last week I was asking a question about whose water bill was more than $1,000. And some citizens raised their hand. Mr. Poindexter, Poindexter raised his hand, and I pointed him out and said, Trustee Burgess Freeman. I think Mr. Poindexter was offended. Mr. Poindexter, I apologize. It was not my intention to offend you, that's what I did. But it's not my intention to offend any citizens, as I am a servant to that in each citizen in this village, and that is how I pretend to act that way. It is my responsibility. It is my responsibility, and I am responsible. Each and every one of us on this board is responsible to each citizen of this village. That is our job, and that is our purpose. But once again, Mr. Mayor, I think it's very justifiable to take a year's of water bill, which is 6 water bills, take out the average, and use that to bring down a $1,500, $900, $800 water bill. Because that way, in 1 year's time, we can determine how the actual usage of one's home in that year's time. That's only fair. Thank you.
Before you go, I think the only logical way of doing this is to look at the estimated bill and go back, instead of going to charging a higher rate, using the lower rate that we started with, and making sure that those bills are corrected. I think any time that we have actual reading on bills, unless we got something that's really out of line, then those bills shouldn't even be touched. They looked at the bills that were estimated and make sure that we get them back in line with the low rates. Well, I think we have consent to make sure that the front office is aware of what the trustee said.
There's a bill coming out after the next time. So you just the bill we have.
And only the estimate.
Just a couple items, Mr. Mayor, thank you. One, I have a meeting here tomorrow night. The biggest one I want to talk about is Thursday night, 18th at Fire Station, we have the neighborhood block meeting. This is important because in the last week and a half, I know for a fact there's been 5, maybe 6 burglaries, and there's kids are breaking in at they see you leave, they go into your house and they tear it up and take whatever you have. I really encourage each resident here to look after his neighbor. If you see him go away for a while, you see anything funny there, call the police department. but we have to start watching it, like I said, I know for a fact there's, I think it's a total of 6. There was 2 220th, 1 221st, 1 219, and, I'm right, there's 6. There was across the street on Merrill Avenue, 219. These are all break-ins, people had left. One was in church, one was, went to have dinner, and the other one was out for the day with the spend it. So I urge people to check on your neighbors. If you see something funny, just please come to the neighborhood watch committee meeting Thursday night at Fire Station, 7 o'clock. We have some things to talk about that night, and my new stuff should be in by then. But I urge you to come in, and I asked the mayor, I think that's a good idea to do this. And as soon as we get that rolling, we probably help the residents. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn. All in favor? Thank you.